Honourable members, good evening. It's nice to see all of you have chosen a very appropriate attire this evening, not like some of our federal colleagues. Please be seated.
Under Government Bills and Orders, for second reading, Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021, adjourned debate. Mr. Scow.
Honourable members, are there any of the members wishing to join in the debate this evening? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am rising to provide my comments here at the I believe second reading stage of Bill 64, the Public Lands Amendment Act, proposed by the Minister of Environment and Parks. And now there is no question, Mr. Speaker, that Alberta has had a long, couple of decade now history with the management of public land and the evolution of that, given the competing uses on public land, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the regional planning process, in many ways, was pushed along, if you will, by these questions of how Alberta best balances competing uses on public land. Certainly, we had in different corners of the province, around the time of the oil sands boom between 2004 and about 2008, at least that first boom period, there were a number of different factors that occurred. Up in the north, of course, a lot of competing industrial activity that was rapidly bumping up against limits, both natural of some of the cumulative effects of that activity, but also simple limits of labor availability and so on. So we had those pressures up in the northeast of the province. Down in the southwest of the province, we had a couple of different competing pressures as well. One was water availability, quantity and quality, in a closed basin of the South Saskatchewan River Basin, and the other was an explosion of recreational activity. That is not to say that there weren't associated pressures in places in and around sort of west of Edson, for example, between Edson and Hinton. There have been some recreational pressures and other competing pressures between different industry groups and grazing leaseholders sometimes as well in various parts of the province. And so that led the province in and around 2008 to begin a process of bringing in regional planning. And the province did that, and through those extensive consultations and bringing in of the Lower Athabasca Regional Plan, I want to say 2012, and the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan in 2014, what immediately became clear is that for the management of public land, there needed to be different kinds of expectations for everyone set, be over and above the simple concept in law of vacant public land. And what that meant was there were public land recreation areas proposed in the legislation, public land use zones, in order to manage some of those competing demands on the land base, and public land trails as well. And as part of that exercise, so what ended up happening was a number of changes were made to the Public Lands Act, bringing in some of these management tools, what Environment and Parks refers to as management tools, in public land use zones and public land recreation areas. But in particular, in public land use zones, the director had an ability at the level of the regional governance. So we're not talking the level of none of this really rises to the level of cabinet, but the level of enforcement on the ground. That is to say, folks working in Environment and Parks in concert with conservation officers, fish and wildlife officers, oftentimes municipal bylaw officers in the RCMP as well, and in concert with grazing leaseholders and others, different kinds of user groups. I'm thinking here specifically of equestrian groups and others. Those officials had the ability to essentially manage the landscape, especially in public land use zones. And so one of the great benefits of this, particularly in Southwest Alberta, is it allowed, in particular, industry to be heard when their business was being interfered with by runaway recreational growth. Now we know that prior to 2015, Alberta added 1 million people to the population and not at one more campsite to speak of. And so that was why in 2015 we identified this as an area for investment through the capital plan, which were investments that were recommended to us by David Dodge, former governor of the Bank of Canada. And so it was that we began to make $250 million of investments in parks and to some extent into public land as well, because of those great demands, particularly in the south of the province, but not exclusively so, for recreational opportunities. When our population being also relatively young compared to other parts of the country, people want to get outside with their kids. And this is very basic. And so that is what led us to a situation where we had regional planning in effect, the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, and it's what led us to having these particular management tools in order to be able to better manage the competition on the landscape. So, for example, there are in southern Alberta, there were pipeline companies who would come to us and say, you know, look, there are certain areas where we've got too much of a certain kind of activity, motorized activity, off-highway motorized activity, and there's a braid of trails, and it's causing ruts, it's causing erosion, it's causing problems for us to get our trucks in to service, it's causing areas where infrastructure is being dug up, whatever the case may be. And the director could then go in and manage that area and say, okay, essentially, as I always boil environmental policy down to, yes here, no there. And that allowed a very micro level of decision-making that ideally is quite responsive to the needs of the people who are part of those competitions on our public land. So that is why those pieces of the legislation of the Public Lands Act, in particular, the section that has now been repealed, whereby, notwithstanding any regulations made by the Cabinet, the Director may by order prohibit or restrict entry to all or any part of a public land recreation area or trail, or B, prohibit any use or activity in all or part of a public land recreation area or public land recreation trail. Restrict entry or prohibit any use or activity. So this, for example, as particularly this time of year, will lead to certain trails simply being closed for a 2 or 3 week period. It will lead to, for example, some interactions with forestry companies whereby they say, can we not have campers over here right now because the tree planters are in there? It will lead to situations where the grazing leaseholders will say to the Environment and Parks staff that are local to them, we've got, people ripping down my fence over here, and my cattle got out 3 times, but there's a trail just over there, so can you close these 2 and move them onto this one and put up a sign? That's the kind of micro-level decision-making that is contained in Section 71.2 that has been repealed by this Act. So, now, the power to do anything on public land, to make any kind of regulations, is contained now in an insertion of a section of, or an amendment of Section 9, and which allows Cabinet to permit, prohibit, or regulate the use of occupation of or activities on any public land. So it takes away that power of the director to respond to some of those very small decision points that ought not ever rise to the level of politics, quite frankly, because they were just responding to very common sense problems on the landscape within the public land use zone designation or the other designations. And it puts those in the hands of Cabinet. Now this will pass right away, and we will then await the regulations coming from Cabinet. Meanwhile, you will have directors out on the landscape in spring, which it is now, and they won't have the tools they need. to be able to respond to some of those queries from adjacent landowners, because there's lots of public land, particularly in southern Alberta, where you have deeded land right next door. They won't be able to respond to queries from either forestry or pipeline companies, oil and gas, others who do business on public land. And importantly, will not be able to be necessarily, by the way I read this anyway, and I'd love some clarification. I mean, of course, the government's going to say that everything's wrong, but this is a group of people that always say that. So I would love to hear how those kinds of decisions are going to be made this spring, and what kind of assurances in particular they've given to grazing lease associations in Alberta's Southwest on how public land is going to be managed, and how they're going to essentially manage the fact that when runaway recreational use happens, it gets in the way of some people making a living if you just let it go, go to anarchy. Now, I'll tell you a story, Mr. Speaker, and when this really came home to me, it would have been in the fall of 2015. And I went out to meet with a number of ranchers out in the Porcupine Hills sort of area adjacent anyway, Beaver Creek Hall. And it was one of those hall meetings that I remember from my extended family, very rural, where everyone brings squares, and it was a great community event. Everybody knew each other, and they put me up on the like the little stages in these places, and I sat on one of those wooden school auditorium chairs, and those cowboy hats, man, they peppered me for 2 hours straight. My kids were happy because there were a lot of squares on that table, and they ate them all. And they were happy for me to take question after question after question from those grazing leaseholders. But here's what it came down to, is that there were a number of decisions that had been iced through serial instability from the previous PC governments, right? We had been through, several different premiers. Cabinet had been turned on its head about at 6-month intervals. Nobody had ever made a decision about anything since Ted Martin, which is saying something. And the fact of the matter is that these folks essentially sat there and said to me, look, you government has been a bad neighbor to us. Government is supposed to be running the public land, and they've been a terrible neighbor. We'd never put up with this from our neighbors, right? Because we had just, let the entire party move in and absolutely not established any limits. And so it was mayhem for folks trying to make a living, trying to graze their animals, trying to keep the quiet enjoyment of their property that they had invested in, and trying to maintain the conditions of their grazing lease that sustain their families. And so that was why we brought in the sub-regional planning for the Porcupine Livingston area. And and as part of that, one then undertook a 2-year process, because it was not until May of 2018 that we brought in some of the new regulations to essentially say yes here and no there. And it was in response to those grazing leaseholders and other community members in Southwest Alberta. And so it's great that we're going to have a public land permit, which was an ability that the government had before. They could certainly issue these permits, and they could charge for them. That's not at issue. That is fine within the context of properly managed and invested in recreational uses on public land, understanding that there's a whole heck of a lot that goes on public land that is not recreational use. As I said before, there are grazing leases, there's oil and gas, there's forestry, there's various linear investments that companies have made, like pipelines and other infrastructure. It is a working landscape. That's what a public land use zone is, and that was what its designation came from when it was first brought in the Act. And now, I can't tell you, Mr. Speaker, how many times I was briefed by Environment and Parks officials who said, in a public land use zone, we have so many more tools to balance and to manage. And so I worry that by repealing some of these sections that give a director an ability to do so, that now we are opening up the barn door, quite literally, in some cases, to some elements that folks are listening to across the way, but maybe not all. And we have seen over and over again this government thumb their nose at these ranchers, those very ones, those very same people at the Beaver Creek Hall. They are not listening to them because those are the same folks who are saying, yeah, could you not blow the tops off the mountains of my backyard? And it's those very people that will be affected by some of, if there are negative effects from this bill.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. If you have a brief question or comment, I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood has a brief question or comment for the member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yeah, I'm just always blown away by the level of analysis by my colleague from Lethbridge West, and I was frantically Googling some of the words she was using because I didn't know. So I have a lot to learn when it comes to public lands, and I'm very happy to learn from her always. And you know, she spoke a lot about some of the intricacies of the piece of legislation, but I would love for her to just maybe talk a little bit about how, you know, how we can see this potentially impacting Albertans. I mean, I know, you know, I know so many of us. We've talked about this in the House a whole heck of a lot about how much you know, beauty we have in our province, and how multiple times we've seen this government attack our access to the outdoors. You know, at a time when more than ever we should be encouraging folks to get out and to enjoy that. And I know that member from Lethbridge West spends a whole heck of a lot of time out with her children, enjoying the beautiful landscapes of Lethbridge. And so, yeah, if she could just talk a little bit more about perhaps maybe some of the personal impacts of
The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Well, you know, I can appreciate where where this legislation is coming from is a recognition that people are outside, and there is no question that this is now more than ever, and particularly in the pandemic. I spent some time west of Nanton last summer, and there's a lot of public land there because it is in exactly that region I was talking about, where we did the sub-regional planning in the Porcupine and Hills and Livingston, and there were folks there that. And you could tell, had not been there before, but they were Albertans, right? They didn't come from somewhere else. They were people who were taking day trips down from Calgary and what have you. And it was busy. It was like a highway on the Sunday morning when we got up and with that road west of Chain Lakes, which is normally just like a sort of very quiet gravel road. And it was just nonstop traffic on the Sunday morning of folks coming back out. And the vast majority of that is public land. So there is no question we need infrastructure there, because then we took a little drive up past some of those areas, and there were piles of bags of garbage that you could see that over the next couple of days, Environment Parks came and picked up. Just bags and bags and bags of it. I have the photos. And so, yeah, we need infrastructure up there. We need places for people to be so that they can enjoy themselves, they can access a trail network, they can do the things that they want to do. And so for that reason, having some kind of fee associated with use of either public land recreational areas, or obviously we have fees for overnight camping stays. I do not believe that day use parks fees in general are the right thing in terms of the public interest. Having said that, I do think that if you're going to be doing some overnight camping, if the fee is reasonable and if it means that there is a commensurate investment in the land base and in protecting the environment, because ultimately our ability to manage the water, the waste, and the generally beating up of the landscape requires investment. And this is not a government that has demonstrated to us for one hot second that they are interested in either investment in parks, public land, the environment, and in particular in that that corner of the province where they tried to hide the fact and spirited in the cover of darkness of actually bringing in open pit mining in these very areas where now they are proposing to charge people an overnight camping fee. Now, I think there are probably better ways to do it than this, and the fact of the matter is that they could do this in some way, shape, or form in the previous act. So that's why I find it odd that we're also taking the liberty of removing the director's ability to do enforcement mechanisms, and I do have to wonder, because they haven't committed to any kind of dedicated revenue, if they're going to tell us how much of this is actually going to public land.
Honourable members, that concludes the time allotted for 29-2A. Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021. At second reading is what is before the Assembly. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitemud.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise in second reading on Bill 64, the Public Lands Amendment Act 2021. I haven't yet had the opportunity to speak to Bill 64, so I'm pleased to have that opportunity now. So it's always a challenge when speaking about things like public lands to follow my colleague, the member from Lethbridge West, because of course of her extensive experience having been a former Minister for Environment and Parks, but also just simply her experience in around the areas in which she lives in Lethbridge, but she's often spoken with a deep, deep understanding of the lands, and not just that part of the province, but all over the province. And so it's always, I don't have the same comparable experience or expertise in this area, but I do still want to speak to this bill about the implications of what's contained in what is essentially, actually, Mr. Speaker, quite a short bill, but what it may have for many Albertans, average Albertans who may not even maybe they've only just begun their journey of getting to explore and experience all the beauty of Alberta's lands, parklands, public lands, which I know it has been a year certainly where many people who have not had the chance to experience and explore Alberta have really taken advantage of that ability to do so, of course, because so much other travel and opportunities have been restricted. So Bill 64, essentially, my understanding of it is that it allows the government to treat activities on public lands like dispositions. That's the changes that are made within the Act, is to allow sort of these activities on these lands to be treated like dispositions, and therefore the government can charge fees for it, because it has to be able to be considered a disposition on the land in order to accept fees. So that is the sort of the legal or technical change that is being done to the kind of categorization of activities on public lands that would allow for the government to charge fees. And what it means, of course, is that fees will be charged to average Albertans for using public lands, for things like camping, and it certainly does open the door for fees to be charged for all kinds of other activities on public lands. And I understand that the bill does have an exemption, for example, for First Nations members who are using the land, as well as those who might be accessing that public land for work purposes or volunteer purposes. But for all other Albertans who might be using this land, these changes allow for fees to be charged. And what's important is that, I understand, I've read the comments of the Minister of Environment and Parks where he's talked about Bill 64 and what it's intended to do. And we've heard some numbers thrown around that basically the changes in Bill 64 will allow, for example, for an annual pass of $30 to be charged per person for the use of camping, for example, camping on public lands. Or I think we've also heard $20 for a 3-day pass. And that's what the minister has said, and I'm not surprised that that's what he's communicating, because it does sound like a very small amount when you talk about it. It's just $30 for a year or $20 for a 3-day pass. But of course, that's not what the bill says. And this is what's important, I think, for our discussions and our debate, and for Albertans to be aware, is that the bill is actually, it doesn't prescribe a set amount for fees. In fact, it very much opens the door for any fees to be charged. It's very open-ended. It simply allows government to charge whatever fees they want, and to change those fees easily through regulation. And it's certainly not, I fear that the intent of the government by portraying it in these small, tiny amounts that seem to be not a big deal, seem palatable. Maybe some people might be like, okay, that's not so bad. But it's giving a false impression that that's it for the fees, and that's the extent of what Bill 64 does. And so it is, like, I think it's misleading for people to think that that is the only fee that can be charged as a result of Bill 64, because it is very important to know that these changes will be long-lasting and are incredibly open-ended and allow for not just the fees that the Minister of Environment has talked about, but any other fees for the use of public land. And I believe there's already a bit of a discrepancy within the government's communications on this bill that actually speaks to this very vagueness within the Act. So, for example, I understand at one point one of the ministers, either chief of staff or I'm not sure exactly the title, indicated that, yes, this would allow for a $30 trail use fee. But then instantly we saw a comment from the minister's press secretary saying, "Oh no, we're not going to be announcing a trail use fee of $30, which of course could be charged to any hiker, any ATV user who would use those trails." So it was immediate backtrack, and because I think the reason is it's incredibly open-ended, and the idea that maybe right now the government is not planning on charging a trail use fee does not mean that they can't. In fact, Bill 64 allows them to do just that. So there's certainly that concern that Albertans should be aware of when it comes to Bill 64, which is that what they're being sold by the government is not actually what they're getting from this bill. The other piece, of course, is I understand there's been some discussion around those who might support a small, annual pass or a small day use fee, because certainly some Albertans have indicated, I understand, that they might be willing to pay a small amount. And even when we see the government speaking to or about those organizations that have expressed their support for the fees that are, again, being indicated by the Minister of Environment Parks would be what would be charged right now, does not mean that will be charged down the road. Every time we see that support expressed, it comes with a contingency. That support is always expressed with, well, we might be okay with some fees being charged for the use of public land for camping, as long as those dollars are going to improve that land and that crown land. And again, Mr. Speaker, that might be what the government is saying, and I've certainly, again, read the news releases and the information that's been put out by the government about what they plan to do with the fees that they're collecting. And they say it's going to be used to improve the land. That's what they say. However, that's not what Bill 64 says. Bill 64 doesn't say anything about how those dollars will be used or where it will go, and if it'll just simply go into general revenue, which is what is to be presumed, because there's no limitations on how those fees will be collected and maintained and will be used within Bill 64. And what I think I'm speaking to, Mr. Speaker, when I talk about, well, it's actually the limitations on how much can be charged or not in the bill, and how those fees can be used or not in the bill, comes down to an ongoing, underlying issue that Albertans have with this government to begin with, and that's trust. And right now, I think for very good reasons, Albertans have a significant amount of distrust for how this government makes the decisions about the taxpayer dollars. Not only have they given away billions of dollars, taxpayer dollars, to profitable corporations so that they could then, pay greater dividends to their shareholders and not create jobs and not reinvest in Alberta and actually cut jobs. But they've also shown that the taxpayer dollars that they do collect, they are very happy to misspend them in, quite frankly, some very embarrassing ways. Whether it be the war room, whether it be betting $1.5 billion on the outcome of an election that they had no control over, and still somehow blaming Albertans for that. I don't know how we're still on the hook for that. But so there's a significant amount of distrust when it comes from Albertans as to how this government spends their dollars. So when they tell you, don't worry, we're going to take these fees and use them to improve the land, I think we need to see that in legislation before we can believe them. I also think that there is a significant amount of distrust from Albertans for how this government cares for, protects, conserves, thinks about public and park lands. Because we cannot talk about this outside of the context of what Albertans have witnessed over the last year when it comes to our parks. Not only did the government were they forced to retract and take back their decision to sell off Alberta parks. But they lied to Albertans for a year about it. The government did. They told Albertans that we were not reading it properly, that when we said one thing, it's a disposition, it's not a sale, it's a whatever the words, I can't even remember all the words that they used to try to describe what they were doing. They were gaslighting Albertans, essentially. Yeah. And the very proof of that is the fact that they had to reverse their decision. So on this matter, it might seem small, Mr. Speaker, I understand that. But it is significant because it's actually about trust. We don't trust this government to spend our dollars the way they say they're going to, and we don't trust them when it comes to Alberta lands. And I won't even touch on coal. I mean, I could, but I actually want to move on to something else about this, because I want to talk about the great appreciation that Albertans, many have had for generations in this province, but some newer Albertans might have just grown to appreciate about Alberta's beautiful lands. And if there's a few silver linings, which I think we're all struggling to find right now with respect to the pandemic, but there are some. And some are that I think many of us got a greater appreciation for this beautiful province. Now, my family were immigrants to this country. They came from Tanzania and India. I can tell you they had no experience with camping when they moved to this country. And when they came to Canada, they lived in Montreal first, then Toronto, briefly in Calgary, and then at Edmonton. So they lived in major cities. My parents did not have a long history of camping. We didn't go on family trips camping in the great, beautiful lands of Alberta. I'll be honest about that. We didn't do that. I mean, we did make trips, of course, to our beautiful national parks, but to be honest, we always stayed in motels. That's kind of the way my parents were comfortable. Now, that being said, Mr. Speaker, I actually had the opportunity to do a lot of camping myself, not with my family, but because I was a Girl Guide for many years. I was a Brownie, then a Girl Guide, then a Pathfinder, and then a junior leader, so I did this for many years. And through that guiding experience, I got a ton of experience camping in very rugged environments, might I add. I slept in a lean-to that I built with my fellow guiders in the middle of winter that we built out of tree boughs and plastic sheets. Can't believe, and it was like minus 15 out. Yeah, and I can't believe our parents actually let us do that. I don't think they understood that was what was happening. But I did that, and I actually, my husband to this day, Mr. Speaker, I have to say, is still shocked because he doesn't think of me as a camper. To know that I have these skills, that I've made bannock, that I've built lean-tos, that I can build a fire no problem. That's something I experienced through the wonders of guiding, but it certainly was not an experience I got from my family. They just did not have that background. That was not something that they were familiar with. And then as a parent myself, last year I will say I took the opportunity to camp a lot more with my kids last year, more than frankly we had an opportunity to do so before. I'll admit, generally our summers are maybe a local trip, but we often visit family in other parts of the country. We had hoped for maybe it being a time, maybe for an international trip. My kids are still a little young. But of course, all of that, like so many other people, our travel plans changed last year because of the pandemic. And so I was thrilled by how much opportunity I got to enjoy with my family the beautiful lands of Alberta right here. And my kids are already going to have a different connection to their province than the lands of this province than maybe even I had. And I think that's wonderful. And I think that's also an experience that so many new Canadians and new Albertans get to enjoy. So I think we should be doing all we can to encourage that connection to the land of this province, that connection between people who might not have had it before. And when we add new fees, and I appreciate that some people, again, are going to say $20, $30, it's not a lot, but again, Bill 64 certainly allows for a lot more than that. It's unlimited, in fact, in terms of what can be charged. That is a barrier to families. It is a barrier to families to enjoy and appreciate the beautiful lands of Alberta. And I certainly think that when we're talking about, first of all, a new sort of economy, new ways that we're trying to attract and have people enjoy Alberta, we're so focused on that. We should be so focused on that, Mr. Speaker, on really encouraging Albertans to feel connected to this land and also to attract other people from other provinces to come and explore Alberta. Adding new park fees or new public land fees or camping fees does not do that. It acts as a barrier. And this has to be considered in the context, again, of all the other ways that the current government has made life more expensive for Albertans. Whether it be their electricity fees, their utility fees, their school fees, their car insurance, their now, camping, I mean, going on the Kananaskis trails now has a fee that goes along with it. All of those things act as barriers to Albertans to enjoy our province, and it's discouraging them from doing what I think we want to do. And so I feel when I look at Bill 64, there's a lack of trust that Albertans have in what the government says and what they do. We know that there's a lot left up in the air. We don't trust, for good reason, that the fees that are going to be collected are going to go for the purpose for which the Minister of Environment and Parks has claimed they will be used. We know that they don't have a great respect for this land in conserving it and preserving it and making it something that's enjoyable for all Albertans. And I think the key issue, Mr. Speaker, is that when we talk about public lands, we're talking about land that belongs to all of us. And because of that, we need to be very careful about what barriers we're putting up to have people enjoy the land that rightfully belongs to them. And I fear that Bill 64 is moving our province backwards and allowing Albertans to enjoy the land that we each have a right to enjoy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available, but I would just like to briefly remind the member for Edmonton-Whitemud that last week the Speaker did make a ruling on the use of the word lying, and even if we're saying that a group of people or the government might be doing that we did find that to be ruled out of order. I recognize that given the COVID conditions that it's perhaps the member didn't hear the ruling, but just a reminder to the House as such. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood on 29-2A.
Yeah, I don't know. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was convinced one of the members opposite would have jumped up to respond, but so far they're quiet tonight. I'm sure they're just formulating their arguments. Because actually we are going to be, and we have proposed a few questions already tonight, so I'm hopeful that someone from the government will have some answers tonight, because I know there's a lot of talk about this bill. In fact, I was listening to CBC at noon yesterday. Time is confusing. I think it was yesterday, and there was a vigorous debate about this, and they were talking a lot about the availability of camping spots and whatnot. And the concern was raised around just as my two colleagues have already talked about, just around the ambiguity in the legislation. And so some folks were saying that, like, yeah, I mean, perhaps it's reasonable to ask families to pay a little bit more if we know exactly what that money is going to. But it's unclear, as my colleague from Edmonton-Whitemud said, and I think it's also very fair to acknowledge that a small, what this government, what this premier has been quoted to say, small increases in fees are not onerous, right? He used that language when he talked about the de-indexing of AISH, and to say that, $30 a month is not that big of a deal. Well, in fact, ask anybody who is on AISH just how huge of an impact that has had and continues to have. And I know myself and my colleague from St. Albert and all of us on this side continue to hear from folks who are absolutely struggling to make ends meet day in and day out. And we talked about this a lot in the House when we discussed some of the other pieces of legislation that this government has raised when it comes to a tax on our outdoor spaces. We talked about the fact that, like, for so many families, camping is one of those, one of the last outdoor pursuits that's accessible. And so that really can add up $30 a year and potentially more. So I just wanted to throw it back to the member from Edmonton-Whitemud. She talked a little bit about her own personal experiences. I too am surprised to learn that she's a rugged outdoors person, having built lean-tos. She said she made bannock. I would like to see this. I would like to try said bannock, because without proof, I think we can all question. I won't accuse her of that word you mentioned earlier, Mr. Speaker, but yeah, I'd like to see some evidence of this, because I've not seen it. No offense intended. So to that member, can you just talk a little bit more about your own concerns about, you talked about being newcomers to the country and not necessarily engaging in camping, but we know that for a lot of folks, it is something that they can afford. So if you can just chat a little bit more about that.
The honourable member has left you a minute and 30 to respond.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's just enough time for me to extend a personal invitation to the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood to my backyard for an outdoor gathering. I might have to brush up on my bannock making skills. I'll admit it has been a very long time since I've done it, but it is something that I'm willing to take that challenge and do that. Yes, I do want to say I think it is. These are small things, these dollar amounts, but they pile up, and we know that they can be discouraging. And I think what I think about my own thoughts about camping, it is because it did come from that formative young experience, right? And we want families in particular to have that experience. And when we know that life has become so expensive for many families, thank you for mentioning to the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood for mentioning, the de-indexing of age. I mean, that is a huge cut for those people, but there's been so many increases in the cost for so many Albertans, and we think about, for example, skyrocketing childcare fees, right? For example, for a young family, that's going to make it very challenging to even enjoy our backyard, to enjoy Alberta's backyard. And so I know that I'm grateful that even though I didn't have that experience to do that with my own family, I had opportunities to do it through organizations and nonprofits like Girl Guides, which was an incredible experience and one that my own daughter is sharing in right now. But again, even those kinds of activities, opportunities for families to experience in those ways will also be affected by the increasing fees that Bill 64 permits.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to join the debate? The honourable member for Edmonton Decor.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity this evening to also add some initial thoughts around Bill 64, the Public Lands Amendment Act 2021. I too have to, I guess, admit I didn't know that my colleague from Edmonton, Whitemud, has that history with, at such a young age. I remember my experiences, of course, through Cubs and Scouts and how much fun that was in getting a chance to participate in the outdoors. And so it's bills like this that can potentially affect those types of experiences for people. I know certainly in Edmonton Decor, there are people that call Decor home who are underemployed. And so when you start adding extra fees on top of it, that starts to begin to create barriers. The reality is not everybody in Edmonton Decor can hop a plane to a beach, especially at a time when it's not appropriate. And so here is their chance potentially go to the outdoors for something that is financially accessible. And adding more fees to that becomes a problem. The reason I say that, Mr. Speaker, because the bills that we have seen come forth throughout the 30th legislature has not made the lives of Albertans better. It has not made the lives of Albertans easier. We've seen changes that, as my friend from Edmonton Whitemud said, raise their utility rates. And so they're paying more there. We've seen legislation come forward that has allowed insurance rates. That's car insurance, that's property insurance, that's condo insurance, things like that, to increase, creating more hardship. With the funding that we've seen being pulled back from municipalities, municipalities don't have a whole lot in order to come up with ways to generate revenue to provide the infrastructure that Albertans need to live in their communities. And so one of the main ways is through property taxes. And so Albertans are now paying even more in their property taxes. Childcare fees have now gone up extraordinarily over the removal of the $25 a day daycare program. That has seen a direct negative result right in my constituency of Edmonton Decor. I had 2 facilities that got to serve as $25 a day facilities. And the removals of those programs have very negatively impacted those people in those communities. We've seen school fees go up. We've seen post-secondary tuitions that are now potentially astronomically rising. I believe what was the number, 104% with tuition fees. Not to mention the rise in interest rates on student loans. De-indexing of the income tax brackets. Again, causing more hardship, making life more difficult, creating more expenses for Albertans. And now, the one outlet that they potentially have to be able to enjoy, take their families, have fun, the young ones, in Girl Guides and in Cubs and whatnot, getting a chance to go out and experience nature at its best, because quite frankly, maybe there's politicians throughout the country that might argue with me. I think Alberta possesses some of the best landscape in the country right here. And to make it harder for them to be able to access that, especially when we're doing things like spending millions and millions of dollars on war rooms that want to have fights with cartoon characters. Even pre-pandemic, we saw decisions being made about travel expenses and vitamin C showers, I think it was, things like that.
Marble toilet.
That kind of thing too. Thank you to my friend from Lethbridge West. And so Albertans see these kinds of decisions being made. They can't help but ask, well, why do you want to increase things for me, for the one outlet that I can partake in safely, and you want to make it harder for me now? So these are just some of the things that I'm hearing back from my constituents. And as I think some of my colleagues have already said, don't even get me started on the coal thing. The amount of correspondence that I've seen on that. And it was very disappointing because as a member of the Private Members Bill Committee, we got to see a bill from the leader of the official opposition to address that. And unfortunately, committee voted down bringing in stakeholders, which was rather odd after we couldn't even get ministry briefings on the bill. And so I think my friend from Lethbridge West said the idea of blowing off the tops of our mountains is not resonating at all with Albertans, at least based on the correspondence I'm getting in my office. I can't imagine what everybody else is getting. And then we want to charge them on top of that to be able to go and enjoy. I think it's very, very poor decision making. And so I do have a couple of questions, and I realize that maybe we won't necessarily be able to get fulsome answers in this part of the debate. I'm hoping, certainly, Mr. Speaker, that we'll, as the bill moves forward, maybe we get into committee of the whole, we can get some more in-depth answers on Bill 64. And so I can't help but ask, why is it that government had decided against a dedicated revenue towards this? And I'm asking that because I remember what the minister said. Let me just find that here, Mr. Speaker. Back just this year in estimates. And, just paraphrasing here a little bit on what the Minister of Environment Parks said on the potential of fees coming in, depending on user access and what the numbers are, the Alberta government will continue to look at user fees, including new user fees that I haven't identified today, to be able to make sure that our park system can fully operate. So I read that and I can't help but start to wonder, are we guessing what these fees might bring in to be able to operate? And what happens if there's a shortfall? What happens if for some reason people can't go, coincidentally because they can't afford it, and you're not bringing in the revenue? Do we now start to look back at, well, maybe we'll have to put these things up on the sale block? Or, you know, my friend from Edmonton Whitemud talked about the trust that Albertans have, the level of trust that they have with the current government. Is this a way to create a situation to be able to go there? I can't help but think about my time back in my former life when Sobeys bought Safeway. And funny enough, that a little bit of time after that was all done and everything seemed to settle down, it seemed like the quality that used to be provided in Safeway started to go downhill. Shelves weren't quite as stocked as they used to meticulously be at Safeway. And we started to introduce some maybe not quite so good products onto the shelves, like there used to be. It's no secret now that people are starting to wonder, and we've already seen some moves to change stores, create a dissatisfaction with people so they no longer go there, so that you can then change it, which is what you originally wanted to do in the first place. And so are we in a situation where we're starting to maybe try to manipulate things a little bit in a way so that people become dissatisfied and the user level isn't there? Because if people can't afford it, they can't go. I start to wonder if we're starting to go back now about selling off lands. Well, we can't afford to operate them. We can't afford to upkeep them. You know, the level of use just isn't there. The money we're bringing in just isn't enough. And I can't help but ask that based on the things that I've seen over the course of the 30th legislature. Going back to some of my original comments, I remember hearing about this great big platform and how we're going to create jobs, make life better. But we haven't seen that yet. Utility bills have gone up, property, insurance, childcare, school fees, income tax, just to name a few, have made life more difficult, which is the exact opposite of what we said. But for some reason, we seem to have money to give away to very large, profitable corporations, some of whom then looked at the door and walked through it and are no longer here. You know, we have a war room that was supposed to tell Alberta's story and fight all the negative. It's costing Alberta taxpayers a lot. We couldn't get a logo right. We're fighting with a cartoon character. But yet through Bill 64, we want to tell Albertans, well, you know, this is what it's going to take in order to ensure that these things are still around for you to be able to enjoy. I did want to talk a little bit about that one section that was being repealed, but I have to say my friend from Lethbridge West went into great deal. I'm just always amazed by the level of detail and knowledge that she has in these subject areas. So I'm not even going to go into that now. I think she very, very clearly articulated that. But it is of concern. And as the critic for red tape, I start to wonder, you know, was this one of those things that got targeted as red tape? Well, it makes things too hard. It makes it too, the process is too long. We can't make any decisions. Sort of like maybe the removal of the coal policy. And then found out, well, maybe there was a good reason that was there. And I think my friend from Lethbridge West explained that very well as to why that should have been there. So I'm concerned about the repealing of that. Just leaves things a little bit too open-ended for things to be able to operate smoothly. Or are, again, going back to that whole trust factor, are we creating a situation where we want people to react negatively? I think you said it clearly about being good neighbors. I think it was. Are we trying to create a situation where we're not good neighbors? In which case we won't have the land use, we won't be bringing in the money, and our only course of action left is now to sell that land to somebody who will, hopefully, be a good neighbor. So I'm really beginning to think that Bill 64 is meant to create a negative situation, making it harder for Albertans to enjoy things. And I'm happy to stand corrected if that is the case. But, it's not just simply enough to stand up and say, oh, no, you're wrong. Explain to me why. Explain to my constituents, some of whom are underemployed and can't afford that. My gosh, they sometimes can barely afford their bus passes, Mr. Speaker. And the city's been forced to make changes around that. Not going to have any buses running up right through the middle of Decorah. Now we have to add extra onto the one pleasure that they could enjoy safely right now. So I think there's a better way to do things, but I'm happy to listen to the debate further as it goes along, and we'll see what people say in regards to that.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for Calgary Klein has the call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Enjoying the debate so far this evening, especially with all the references to all the good times that everybody seems to have had camping when they were younger. I am curious about all the good camping stories. How much of those stories were actually done on Crown lands, random camping around the province, and how many of them were done at an actual campsite or camp, what are those called, where the kids go with Girl Guides? Anyway, it doesn't matter. I used to work at a place called Mountain Air Lodge with my older brother, actually, a few years back, and I was out off the Forestry Trunk Road where we managed a number of campsites for the Sawmills Creek of the province by extension, and we saw a lot of camping that was taking place on public lands. It was quite a common practice where folks would just basically pull off the side of the trunk road, set up their campsite, chop down a few trees, make a fire, and spend the weekend there, and then head back to town or wherever they came from after the weekend. I actually remember May-long weekends of particular note because it was absolute chaos out there. You would find the grads would come out, and they wouldn't stay in our official campsites that we had out there. They would pull off on the side of the road and create a big camp and create a mess, shooting firecrackers out of inappropriate places, ignoring the fire ban, and obviously not using any outhouses. And they would leave a mess. They would break all sorts of rules, and they did that at no cost, but at significant cost to both the province, the taxpayer, and our environment. And so I find it interesting that this group across the way who are very concerned about the environment, as we are here too, but would be opposed to this idea of increasing some fees for folks who are enjoying our beautiful backyard, but not necessarily paying for the cost of using that space, the cost that is fronted by taxpayers across the board. And so that's why I support this legislation, and because this gives us an opportunity to make sure we can adequately fund resources, boots on the ground, so that we can get out there and actually make sure that these lands are not being abused and that they're being used appropriately and responsibly, so that they can continue to be used appropriately and responsibly going into the future. So that's probably the most of what I wanted to say here. I could probably tell you story after story of misuse of these lands, and I think that we need to make sure that we are properly protecting that and resourcing to make sure that they can continue to be used in the future. So I guess my question would be what the member opposite's experience actually is, actually being out and camping on public lands, not in a campground, not a Girl Guides camp or Scouts camp, but actually being out on public lands, and what their experience has been in regards to some of the use that's taken place out there. And what responsibility do we have as citizens that use this land to making sure that it's protected and paid for going forward? So those would be my questions.
Honourable Member for Edmonton DeCourcy, you choose to wish.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. No, I'm happy to respond to that. And so I guess the initial premise of the question was around some of my experiences when I was younger. I'll admit, going through things like Cubs and Scouts, I wasn't necessarily aware of whether our leaders were taking us onto Crown land or not. And so I would have to unfortunately say that I'm not aware of where we might have been. But I did happen to camp once, many years ago, on Crown land with some friends. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that we were very, very conscious about how we treated the area. We didn't let our garbage hit the ground. It made it to the garbage can. It got brought out with us at all the times. And, you know, I seem to remember back when the former Minister of the Environment and Parks was trying to make changes to address things like garbage being left, firecrackers getting set off where they shouldn't have been, you know, with fire bans and whatnot. And I seem to remember members opposite at the time fighting furiously with those changes to try to address those kinds of things going forward. And so, you know, I tried to act responsibly. I can't always compel people to do that with my words, but don't fight the changes when they do happen.
Honourable members, is there anyone else wishing to join in the debate? I see the Honourable Member for Edmonton Riverview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's my pleasure to add my voice to the debate on Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021. And of course, as my colleagues have clearly articulated, it is about the UCP government, current government in Alberta, deciding to sort of throw away a long-held tradition in our province, which is to allow camping on Crown land without charge. And we certainly here are in opposition, not only as the official opposition, but also in opposition to this bill. So specifically, what we understand from the Minister of Environment and Parks is that now, if and when the bill is passed, which they're suggesting will happen soon, effective June 1st, $20 for a 3-day pass will be charged to people camping on Crown land, or $30 for an annual pass. And as has already been said, is that there is some confusion about this, though, because there is some, you know, UCP staffers who are saying, oh, well, there's going to be a $30 fee for trail users, and now they're saying, oh, no, there's no trail fee, and it doesn't apply to hikers and ATV users. So even the staff that are working for the UCP don't really understand this bill. So it's kind of understandable that many of us would be confused about it. And certainly some of the discourses that we're hearing from the UCP is not necessarily what's written in the legislation. And so that is also a concern. For example, we just heard that, you know, because there are some Albertans, unfortunately, who aren't respectful of the lands, that they leave a mess after they've gone. And so that's why this legislation is so important, because the fees that are collected will go into improving Crown lands. But yet the legislation doesn't spell that out. So we're supposed to just, you know, hear the good words of the UCP and believe it. It should be transparently shown to all Albertans and legally written in the legislation, and that's not being done. So, you know, we really need some action on that, and that's important. that this actually be in the legislation and not just the good wishes, the good promises of the current government. And has already been said, that is just not good enough, just these promises, because frankly, we can't always trust what this government says. They don't necessarily follow through with what they say. And, there's a myriad of examples of this. We know, then it was a candidate for premier in the election signed a big healthcare guarantee telling us that, of course, he cared about universal healthcare and protecting our healthcare system. But what we've seen since this government's been elected is devastation. So I do question the validity of what they're saying. I want to see it in legislation. So I think that all Albertans want that also. Another thing, too, is that the power to charge fees goes beyond the $20 for 3 days or $30 annual fee. And it also says you can charge for other things. And this is actually very clearly indicated by the Minister of Environment Parks himself. So again, this is a question for me, and I'm sure many Albertans, that is just kind of this open-ended view of what the government can do. And this is a direct quote from the Minister of Environment and Parks. Depending on user access and what the numbers are, the Alberta government will continue to look at user fees, including new user fees that I haven't identified today. And he said this in estimates. So he proudly proclaims that, this is maybe just the beginning. We really don't know where it's going to go. And this is also a concern because who knows where it's going to go. And then I want to ask the question, priorities. We are here, over a year into a pandemic in our province when there are so many important things that need to be addressed, and this is a priority for this government. It confuses me. I just can't understand why this would be something that they would put at the top, that they would prioritize this. It doesn't make sense to me when I know there's so many really very key issues that this government should be dealing with. Just to talk again about just how, even though, we hear comments made by opposition members, by the minister himself, that yes, we're going to use this for improving the land conditions, or, this is what it's going to cost for this. We know that it's kind of open-ended, that things could change quickly, and we're not sure, really, because it's not transparent to Albertans, it's not transparent to us, because it's not written in the legislation. And it seems that this government repeatedly wants to sort of nickel and dime Albertans, and more than nickel and dime, substantial increases to many things that Albertans must pay for now out of their own pockets at a very difficult time for us. Of course, we know now the dramatic increases to tuition for post-secondary. Certainly, I'm the representative for Edmonton Riverview, and, University of Alberta is a world-class institution that's being devastated by this government. And recently, they just spoke about the tremendous increases to tuition. So again, that's another way this UCP government isn't sort of supporting Albertans through a pandemic, but actually demanding that they pay out of pocket for more things. Certainly, we know that the other fees that they have, sort of downloaded onto Albertans during a very difficult time, and certainly as the representative or the critic for seniors and housing, dependents were cut off from the drug insurance program some time ago. So this, again, hurts vulnerable Albertans, and it seems to be a very misguided policy. But this government just goes, again, another thing. There's so many things that Albertans are being asked to step up and pay for that used to be ways that the government supported Albertans. But this UCP government has a different plan. Another, reaching deeply into the pockets of Albertans is the rent supplement program. It's been over a year and a half since we've even accepted any new applications to that program. So that means that hundreds of Albertans don't have access to affordable housing, when we have money from the federal government that's sitting on the table that Alberta has to step up and match. 7 other provinces have agreements already with the federal government, but during a pandemic, this government has left that money on the table while Albertans are really challenged to find and keep affordable housing. And, in the middle of a pandemic, when we know that's the best place to be, that people have good housing, safe housing, appropriate housing, and these are funds that are waiting for Albertans, that Albertans are being denied. And here we are, a year and a half since that program closed, and, each time I ask about that, the minister just says, oh yes, we're going to do that, but it's not been done. It's just a travesty. These are things that the UCP government should focus on. These are fundamental to Albertans during a very difficult time. And we know other attacks on very vulnerable Albertans, and certainly during a pandemic, it's worse. We know that we have an opioid crisis, and this government is attacking harm reduction. Harm reduction services. They've closed the ARCH program, they've closed the gun center, they've decreased the safe injection programs. There's just a myriad of things that they're doing to really to not support vulnerable Albertans. And we know that approximately over the last year, certainly we've had a COVID crisis. We say there's about 85 people have died each month due to COVID. But guess what? 90 people, 90 have died from opiate overdoses. And yet, here we are talking about this Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act. There's many more things that are more important than this. And this reaching into Albertans' pockets, I think, is just a considerable mistake by this UCP government. And, any good that can come from this bill is not even in the legislation. And as I've already made clear, it's difficult to have confidence in this government because of the many broken promises that they have made. Certainly, we know that, at a time when we are being asked really to stay as close to home as possible, to vacation in Alberta, it's an important time that people do have access to our beautiful province, to the Rockies, to all the areas where we do have camping. And of course, we already know that that's a thing that the government has done previously, was to increase camping fees in the Alberta parks already. So it is troubling that, this is the focus of the UCP government instead of something that would really help Albertans. Like we've talked ourselves about a travel pass for Albertans. It just makes a whole bunch of sense on so many levels. We know that Albertans spend, before COVID, about $7 billion outside of province on travel. That's a lot of money. And now they're being asked by the Chief Medical Officer of Health to stay home. And in that, they still want to travel. They still want to be. We have so many beautiful places to go that they can invest that in Alberta. Well, why not support Albertans to feel, give them some kind of incentives to actually do that? And so that's why we suggested having a travel pass that would encourage Albertans to travel within the province. And it would be a one-time rebate of 20% of travel costs up to $1,000. And that can make a big difference for the average Albertan. And guess what? Where would they be spending that money? They'd be spending that money in places for accommodation, food and drink, recreation, museums throughout the province. And so small businesses would be supported. I mean, it makes just a tremendous sense to support Albertans to spend that money because they can't go anywhere else. We need to be through this pandemic and certainly make sure that Albertans become immunized and we can develop safety within our communities. But in the interim, we still need to have some downtime and, what do they call them, staycations, so that people can travel within our province. So why not support them this way? Instead, here we are at Bill 64, and we are, increasing fees. It feels like, this UCP government doesn't understand that part of government policy can be incentives, can be ways to support people and not just download programs or download costs onto them and reach into Albertans' pockets. So I really ask the members to think about that. This is a proactive thing to support Albertans to go out to a whole bunch of areas for camping, different kinds of recreation across our province, help small businesses in those areas. And I think that it makes a heck of a lot of sense. So I just encourage them to think about that. That should be a priority, really supporting small business here in our province. This would certainly make a big difference to Albertans who are, probably a bit frustrated like all of us. We'd like to go on our regular holidays, sometimes further afield than Alberta, but we are also blessed to have a beautiful province and have many places to go. But again, it is this kind of nickel and diming Albertans, and certainly many people are struggling financially right now because of how difficult COVID, of course, has been on our province, and people have lost their jobs. Their incomes have been decreased, and certainly I know that both my son and his wife, they're small business owners, and especially her small business, they each have their own small business. Her small business is personal services like massage, aesthetics, that kind of thing. And she's really been devastated, and they were closed down. And certainly you can imagine there's very rigorous COVID-19 protocols for that kind of work, because it is people are very close together, so they have to be very cognizant of that. So supporting small business, which Travel Pass would do, would be really important.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise this evening and speak on 29-2A. Earlier, one of the members had suggested that I wish more members of the government side would stand up and speak. I did adjourn debate, so I had lost my opportunity. So I thought I'd just jump up quickly and talk a little bit about my feelings on Bill 64, the Public Lands Amendment Act. Mr. Speaker, I'll begin with a bit of a story. A friend of mine has a store where they sell truck accessories. Hitches, truck bed, covers, tents, etc. These kinds of things that you would find in great use whenever you're going camping. And that friend told me that their busy season usually begins kind of around the May area as people get ready for May long weekend. His busy season this year started a month ago. And the reason for that is people are preparing for what could be a summer spent here in the province. Now, again, I can't speak to what will or will not happen, but people are now looking at opportunities to go explore the entire province, which I think is incredible because Alberta is such a rich, vast landscape that I think everybody should get to know very well. In fact, I have plans to take my own children and my wife around the province to see what this place has to offer, some of the unexplored gems. And I share that story for a reason. We will likely expect to see an influx of camping in this province as a result of people staying domestic rather than going to places maybe south of the border or outside of North America. Because of that, it is my belief that with the influx of camping and visitation across Alberta, that there'll be a greater demand for trails and infrastructure and all the things that you would need to have a pleasant camping experience. So I suspect that with this influx of people going out to visit places across Alberta, you will see increased garbage. You will see increased traffic at vehicles. You'll see all the wear and tear that comes with camping, random camping. And we have two choices. Just let it happen. And if that was to happen, then I suspect there would be complaints from the public and obviously from members opposite who would probably suggest that we haven't done enough to protect our beautiful landscapes, which I think is a reasonable point. And I hear already the chimes of heckling. It's music to my ears. But with that said, we do believe that there is a value in adding a fee because these fees, as is stated, will go back to supporting directly the visitor experience through infrastructure, upgrades, education, enforcement, public safety, and environmental and waste management. So there is a reason for this bill coming forth now. You take one step outside of this gorgeous building and you will find the sun is shining. Well, not anymore, but when I walked in here, it sure was. It's a gorgeous day, and many more ahead of us. No better place to be than outside. I love taking my kids and my wife through Cardston-Siksika to visit some of the streams and other places, and my dog Bronx. Though my dog Bronx is an English bulldog, he's not much for walks. He's getting a little long in the tooth. Some might say he's one paw in. But we're going to celebrate his golden years being outside. And so all that to say that it is important that we have the infrastructure and the facilities necessary to make camping in this province a positive experience. So that is why, this bill is important now, because I am hearing members opposite suggest, why now? Why are we dealing with this now? And there's so many other things going on across the province. And it's a valid question. There are a lot of things happening. With that said, it's not to say that we can't deal with other matters as well. So we have other bills that we're dealing with right now, like the Citizens Initiative Act, the Freedom to Care Act, the Métis Settlements Amendment Act, and so many others, bills that are vitally important to this province. But I ask members opposite not to criticize that we're dealing with this bill now, because I see it of great importance, and I hope they see the importance of it as well and vote in favor of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, are there others wishing to join in the debate? The Honourable Member for St. Albert has risen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 64, Public Lands Amendment Act 2021, and would like to echo some of the comments made by my colleagues around, not so much around the timing of the bill, because I'm not, there's very little in terms of timing that this government can do to surprise me, so I'm not totally surprised. What I am a little concerned about is the lack of detail and then the lack of planning. And so when you put all of the things together, you look at the piece of legislation, you listen to what the government is saying, what their staff are saying. Sometimes they seem to be in conflict with each other. And then you actually look at the business plan that the government put out for environment and parks. And if you look at the metrics, the performance metrics that were outlined in terms of we've got, which is very skimpy like all of the other ministries, but I think we've got 3 outcomes and then, a number of objectives and then initiatives supporting objectives. So if you look at outcome 3 in the business plan, and I suspect that this piece of legislation, if you were to look for an outcome to fit it under, to suggest that this work was going to support the outcome, I would suggest it's outcome 3, which says, Albertans and visitors have enjoyable and safe experience where they live, work, and play in Alberta's outdoors. But when you go through the objectives, and there are only 4, when you go through the objectives, very high-level comments about improving access and management, providing angling and hunting opportunities, effectively manage our government-owned or operated water management and monitoring infrastructure, and responding and mitigating impacts of environmental conditions and events, including floods, droughts, and invasive species. But there really isn't anything, and even if I look further at the initiatives supporting the key objectives, I really don't see a plan in any way to address some of the things that the government members are suggesting this piece of legislation would do in terms of contributing to the protection and the conservation of Crown land. Now, not too surprising that this business plan, which one would hope is actually a document or a roadmap for the work that will be done going forward, but sadly it does not do that. So we're very often left filling in the blanks with information that the government is maybe putting out in a press release or perhaps comments during debate, but there's really very little information in terms of planning. And so while I agree, I do think that it is important to address the stress on the Crown land that people are using, that people are choosing to camp or do whatever sort of recreational activities on, that there be a fee to that. Okay, fair enough. But I think that you have to have a little bit more than that. You need a more comprehensive plan, not just to take the money, but where is that going to be invested? Specifically, where will it be invested? And how will you know that it's doing what you set out to do? And so those would very much be metrics, measures that we would see in a plan, or that the government could talk about when presenting a piece of legislation like this, but clearly they're unable to do that. So this piece of legislation does open the door for the Alberta government to charge for camping on Crown land. We've established that, which is, that's clear, that's fine. But it also opens the door to other fees. And I'm not suggesting that any other fee for any other activity on Crown land going forward would be wrong. What I am suggesting is that if the government is saying we're going to use these fees to do A, B, and C, then there needs to be a plan. And like my colleagues have suggested, this particular government right now has very little credibility with the vast majority of Albertans. So there is not a lot of faith. This government has not demonstrated that they are one that can be trusted. And so I think it would be in their best interest to be a lot more clear and upfront about what those fees would be used for. So we've heard government members say that, excuse me, the funds will be reinvested in the land in terms of conservation. Well, that's all well and good. I think that we can all understand and agree with the fact that a lot of conservation does need to happen. But again, there is no plan, there are no metrics, there are no benchmarks for us to say, okay, if the government did, I think the government estimates bringing in about $1.7 million in the first year. And then I read somewhere in public reporting that in the following years, they were looking at $2.7 million. So it's not, if you're looking at the entirety of the Alberta government budget, it's not a ton, but it is significant. So where will that be used? I haven't heard any answers about that. I haven't heard of a plan other than, trust us, it's gonna be better, we're gonna make it better, it'll all be good. So, one of the things that I was thinking, and like my colleagues, I've, not recently, but I have done a lot of camping. Didn't have a lot of disposable income when my children were young, so we spent a lot of time camping, and one of our favorite places was in and around the Crow's Nest Pass area. And of course, they like to do sort of hardcore camping. We never had a trailer or a tent trailer. It was always tents, and it was always hiking, and we often stayed in places that were not, these were not sort of formal campgrounds. These were, we would go hiking and then camp. And certainly have run across a lot of places in that area where you would see just the land torn up, lots of, I don't even know how people got their tent trailers or their trailers up to some of these places. I have no idea, but you can see the big ruts in the land. You can see the destruction. You can see where even trees have been chopped down. You can see where fires have been. So, and I'm not saying that camping like that is a bad thing, but I think monitoring the damage and repairing it, mitigating it, and enforcing it requires action. And one of the things, that I would like to say in all the years, the many, many years that I've spent in that area of the province, I have rarely run into staff, like I've rarely run into fish and wildlife officers. I mean, maybe when we were fishing or maybe when we were near water, but out camping and hiking, rarely did we see anyone. And so the big question I have is if we're going to, or if the government is going to charge these fees and then collect this money, how much of it will be reinvested in terms of human resources? because I think those are important investments. At a time when we know not that long ago, government, we were told that some Fish and Wildlife officers would be deployed to respond to other issues related to rural crime. So I think there were last I read, there were over 100 or around 100 positions or FTEs that were going to be used for other things. Now, that's all well and good. I mean, I could spend some time talking about the fact that this government didn't increase their pay for added risk and all of that, but I won't go there. But I think that we're already seeing that these resources, very limited resources in terms of conservation and protection, are being pulled and thinned and stuffed in other places, when really, if the government is saying through this piece of legislation that our public land is important, we understand this is a problem, we want to keep our land healthy and safe for future generations, here's what we're going to do. We're going to collect this money, we're going to invest it back in conservation efforts, and the number one investment is people. So boots on the ground. That's what the government likes to say, is boots on the ground. So what does that translate into? So what will this investment actually translate into? What is the plan? So it is my sincere hope that somebody will stand up at some point, somebody that has a clue or understands what the plan is going forward, other than just passing this piece of legislation. I'm assuming that there's been a discussion and a debate with the government caucus talking about legislation like this and what that means going forward. I'm sure we all have constituents that will ask us these questions, and so it would be good to have some answers to give them. So I have a number of other questions about this piece of legislation, and again, I hope that at some point somebody will stand up and tell us or give us a little bit more information about this. Sorry, let me just check here. So when the government, again, I just want to go back to the fees. So while the government has promised that all collected fees would go towards public lands, it doesn't implement any legal mechanisms that would guarantee that. And I guess the question is, why is that? And this goes back to, we just finished seeing the budget, we went through budget estimates and debate, and I think there were a few common themes that were really problematic in that one of the things I already mentioned was that in the budget documents, particularly the different ministry business plans, we saw just an incredible amount of shrinkage in terms of metrics that we could go back and look at to say, did the program or project or investment that the government said you were going to make, did it produce the results that you thought it would? And that's really the only way that we can measure. So we see the investment, we see the goal, and then a year later we say, did it do what it actually said it was going to do? But what we've seen is just this massive amount of shrinkage in terms of outcomes, objectives, and then of course the description of initiatives that support the objectives. So for a massive ministry, a large ministry, an important, vital ministry like Environment and Parks, we literally have 3 outcomes. And we have, it looks like 1, 2, 3 pages of text that talk about the work that government will undertake over the next year in Environment and Parks. And so that leaves a lot to be desired. I mean, it just leaves a lot of questions. And again, this goes right into this piece of legislation, which is tiny. And I know that it is only looking to charge fees for a certain kind of land usage. I understand that. But the implications of this are huge in terms of conserving the land, protecting the land. And it would have been actually quite nice to see in the ministry business plan that this was actually a piece so it all fits together. It would have been nice. So without seeing any of those connections between these different documents, and there's nothing that's jumping out at me that says, yes, this was one of the strategies the government was going to employ, I'm left wondering, do these things not connect? Is there not a big plan in terms of the land, in terms of Crown land? Is there not a larger overall plan that this government has in mind? Or are you just sort of picking things one off and doing, yeah, let's do this piece. Let's charge people for this use of land. So again, it's sort of piecemeal. Seems like it's brought out because more people have been using the land during COVID, I suppose. But again, I would encourage this government to take a more holistic approach at the land that we all enjoy, that we all have a responsibility for, that we all need to preserve and protect for future generations. And yeah, so that's incredibly disappointing. You know, the other thing I really wanted to say is the last couple of years, and this relates to public land, because I think probably most of us, or a lot of us, have heard from different public sector workers who have been feeling like they are under attack lately from this government, feeling like, you know, the snide remarks in the media, the attacks here in this place about public sector workers, whether they are fish and wildlife, whether they are nurses or teachers or disability workers or whatever they are. That is incredibly shameful. And for this piece of legislation, I think we can all agree for this to be successful, for there to be checks and balances to ensure that people are indeed paying the new fees and are using the land properly, we're going to need human beings, people that are trained to do the work. And I would suggest to government that it's probably time for them to do a 180 about how they talk about public sector workers. That's what these folks are. They're highly skilled, they're highly trained. We rely on them, we need them. They are one of the most important conservation tools that we have, actually. And so I think it would be great if government would stand up and talk to us about, so if they are publicly projecting to government estimates of $1.7 million in the first year in fees, and then the following year, or years, 2.7 million as a total, how will that be spent? How many FTEs does that mean? What does that mean? Where will the money go? Is this money for trails? Is it for new trails? Is it for trail maintenance? Is it for new infrastructure? Because if it's for new infrastructure, 1.7 million isn't a whole lot of money for infrastructure.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for Edmonton, Highlands, Norwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I very much was appreciating the comments that my colleague from St. Albert was sharing, and I think she has a bit more that she wants to say. I know she's quite passionate about this, and I just, I'm going to let her speak, but I just also, wanted to again highlight that, of course, we know that there are a diversity of views on this bill, and we've raised multiple questions, and in fact, even some of the government members have raised questions. So I am very much hoping we will get to hear some answers to that, particularly around the fees and some clarity. Because we will, and I know my colleague has argued this, and we've all talked about this, we are concerned about the lack of transparency, and as was highlighted from my colleague from Edmonton White Mud, the lack of trust in a government that just says, you know what, just trust us that we've got a plan, and that we are not, that we're going to be stewards of Albertans taxpayers' dollars, I should say. But that trust has been broken so many times, and so I think Albertans are quite it's quite accurate for them to be concerned. And so if my colleague could share a few more of her thoughts. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague. Yes, so, before my time ends, I did want to bring up one other issue that my colleague raised about fees, and I think this can apply to almost any new program or any activity that we undertake in this place. And I think that it's really important, particularly when we're looking at levying fees on people, fees for recreation like this, I think it's really important to understand that not everybody in this province can afford it. Believe it or not everybody in this province can afford $20 or can't afford $30 even. And so I think that when we are looking at imposing new fees, even for camping like we're talking about, or land use that we're talking about, that is different than traditional camping and land use, there are still people on very low income, and I'm not just talking about people that live on AISH or income support, but seniors that are on very limited incomes. There are a lot of Albertans that struggle to make ends meet on a regular basis, but they should be entitled to enjoy the land like all of us that don't have financial barriers. So I think it is vitally important that we all consider, no matter what we do, that there is a portion there's a segment of Alberta society that just can't afford things like this. And so for them to save, to have enough gas, to get to a location, to spend a few days away from the city or to gather with their family, let's not make a $20 or a $30 pass, let's not make that the barrier, because it might be hard for us to imagine that $20 or $30 would prevent you from having a vacation, but it is a reality for far too many Albertans. The other thing I would suggest is, I do know, like, if we're going to do more in terms of enforcement, I think it's really important that government really look at the way they get information out to people in terms of signage. I know that all the time that I've spent, in the south, in the Crowsnest Pass area, or in the Window Mountain area, there's very little signage. And again, I just want to impress on government that it's not just people that speak English that use the land. So I think it's really important that we think about the languages that we post signs in, and we make this as accessible to all Albertans as possible. And I think that there's a lot we can do to improve. Not just French and English, yes, but First Nations. I think it's important to acknowledge the land and the people that use the land and the people who treasure the land. And I think that by taking small steps in terms of even just signage, or even just clearly laying out what the rules are for people so that every single person understands them the same way, I think those are some of the things that we can do to level the playing field a little. So might not seem like a big deal, but I think a responsible government, a responsible opposition is suggesting it to government. I think a responsible government would listen.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The honourable member for... Oh, my. I was so enthralled. I lost track. Are there others wishing to speak? The honourable member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I often also want to hear an additional 5 minutes from my colleagues over here. But no, it's a pleasure to rise tonight and speak to Bill 64, the Public Lands Amendment Act 2021. And Mr. Speaker, it's something that's interesting as we see this bill presented before us, because I recall quite distinctly, not too long ago, that opposition members asked, and I believe even in this place, asked whether the government would be raising fees to use the public lands in this province, and the government said no. And I recall pretty distinctly that we asked both publicly in the media and here as well, and the government was adamant, and I believe it was during committee as well, but the government was adamant that those fees would not be going up. And then yet here we see today Bill 64, the Public Lands Amendment Act, which fundamentally increases fees for Albertans to use Crown lands. It brings in a $30 per person annual pass for the public land camping pass. And Mr. Speaker, I've got to say, it really is shocking. After we saw the government with what I think was a very significant blunder not that long ago, where they tried to sell off Alberta parks and delist Alberta parks and receive significant pushback. And now we see them again receiving significant pushback on their coal policy. That it seems that this government has not gotten the message. Don't mess with Albertans' public lands. But Mr. Speaker, Albertans know that our outdoors and access to our outdoors is so fundamental and so important, particularly during this pandemic. Because, Mr. Speaker, unlike members of the UCP caucus, unlike people who perhaps signed the letter, the 17 UCP MLAs who signed the letter saying that there shouldn't be public health restrictions, Albertans are following public health restrictions. They're not, for example, traveling to Hawaii or to Arizona. And instead of doing that, Mr. Speaker, what Albertans are doing is they're accessing our public lands. They're going to Alberta parks, they're going to Crown lands and provincial recreation zones and provincial land use zones, and public land use zones, Mr. Speaker. And one of those things that's so fundamental about that is that we know that, and I've got a message here from a friend of mine here who said, camping's already expensive, and this is a quote, camping is expensive and prohibitive enough without the extra camping fees. And it's so BS. As somebody who was recently unemployed, it allowed me to go camping for fairly cheap near Nordegg with my dog and my partner, end quote. So, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear that Albertans were using and are using the public lands to go out and enjoy this province. We know that during this pandemic, the Alberta park system as well as the national park system has been seeing some of the highest usage rates from within Alberta that we've seen in years. And the proof of that is all you have to do is go on the national parks or the Alberta Parks websites and try to book a campground. It's extraordinarily difficult to get any of these spots because people are going out and trying to access the public land. So what many Albertans are doing, particularly those who have lost their jobs during this pandemic, of which there are tens of thousands of Albertans who are unemployed as a result of this pandemic, and indeed over 50,000 of those Albertans were unemployed before the pandemic even began. For all of those Albertans, access to our public lands, access to our PLUZs, access to our parks and our recreation areas is so essential. And yet here we see a government who has not gotten the message after being slapped down time and time again by the public. I mean, I invite you to walk down any neighborhood in Edmonton. I imagine it's basically any neighborhood in Edmonton, or Calgary as well, for that matter, and you'll see signs that say defend Alberta parks. Right? And it's because so many people are telling this government time and time again that despite them introducing bill after bill after bill to try and make parks and public lands less accessible to Albertans, that they care and they want to use these public lands. So when the government gets up in this place, and I know the member for Calgary Klein got up and said, well, it's about making sure we have the right enforcement mechanisms, and it's about ensuring that we have the funds to do the types of maintenance and those things. And that's what the government is trying to present with this bill. Well, if that is indeed the case, how come the government decided against a dedicated revenue fund? How come the revenues from this are going to be going into general revenue instead of a dedicated public lands management system? How come there were no options presented that would ensure that the money raised would go back into these systems? And Mr. Speaker, it doesn't look like there's any limitations to what kinds of fees the minister can impose. It doesn't look like there's any limitations on how high the fees can impose. It doesn't look like the government's done any research, indeed, on what the impacts of these fees will be and how it will be and how it will reduce access to the parks and public lands for Albertans. So really, it's something that simply is really disappointing. It's something that I think people are going to look at and say, it's another way this government is making life harder for Albertans. It's another way this government is making life more expensive for Albertans. It's another way that, simply put, this government is attacking the parks and public lands that Albertans use every single year, and more so this year than ever before. I mean, I spent a considerable amount of last summer, Mr. Speaker, in the White Horse Creek wildland area, which is just south of Jasper National Park, just southwest of Jasper National Park. Beautiful area, and most of it is provincial wildland, provincial crown land. And Mr. Speaker, the people that are using these areas to go camping, to go hiking, they do it because they love our province, right? They love the outdoors. They love the eastern slopes. And Mr. Speaker, it's disappointing that this government would go in and try to take that away from so many Albertans, right? Try to take that away from so many people who have already suffered so much this year, have already lost access to so much much this year. And Mr. Speaker, I mean, I agree that fundamentally we need to have a system in place where we have the mechanisms required to make sure we're not going to have the buildups of waste or garbage building up in our public areas. That's absolutely correct, and it's absolutely correct that we need to have the protection in place to prevent unsavory activity in these areas. But it simply does not make sense what the government is saying, is because what they're presenting is that they're going to charge people and then take that money to general revenue and they say, oh, trust us. Trust the government. They're going to use it to preserve these lands. And that's just not true, right? Like we know that it's not the case, that when this government takes money to general revenue, it's simply a grab. It's basically a tax grab in terms of this government. We know they have a habit of raising taxes on Albertans. We know they have a habit of charging more to Albertans and providing less. And this is just another example of that, right? It's just another example that this government is not committed to making life more affordable. Indeed, they're making life harder. Indeed, they need to protect these areas, and they need to go out and make sure that the protections will actually work. So again, I don't understand why the government wouldn't have a dedicated revenue fund in this. If the intent is what the government purports it to be, if the minister says is correct, then it would only make sense that we should ensure that this money goes towards enforcement, that this money goes towards maintenance, that this money goes towards our actual public land systems. Mr. Speaker, again, when we look at the bill, when we look at the impacts of the bill, when we look at how people use our park systems, people use our public land systems, when we look at people who do what we call random camping, Mr. Speaker, it simply is not, it does not make sense what this government is purporting. It does not make sense that this government is presenting this as the solution through charging families more, through charging people who are trying to go outside more. Right now, in the middle of a global pandemic, in the middle of a time when, again, Albertans are told they cannot travel to other jurisdictions. In many cases, Albertans are choosing not to travel even interprovincially. But certainly, there's a global travel advisory from the government of Canada not to travel internationally. And unlike UCP MLAs who went to Hawaii, unlike UCP MLAs who went to Arizona, unlike those who decided that
Point of order is noted by the honourable member for Cardston Siksika.
Thank you. I rise on 23H, I, and J. While the member from, you'll have to forgive me, your constituency, Edmonton South, thank you, member, was speaking, though speaking quite quickly, he did, I hear, say the members might be lying. You have already cautioned the member from Edmonton Whitemud this evening. Now, I am hearing the member from Edmonton South say that he did not say that word. If that is the case, then I'd just like to hear him say that, and then I will retract the point of order. I know you have cautioned members about using the word lying in the chamber, Mr. Speaker, so I draw it to your attention.
The Honourable Deputy Opposition House Leader, I didn't hear the word lying used. You're correct in your assertion that I've warned folks, but he knows what he said. If he said it, he'll apologize and withdraw. If he didn't, then we can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I did not say the word lying, and I certainly assure you I will not for the remainder of this speech, at least. If I may continue.
Continue.
Thank you for the member for clarifying.
Thank you.
Teamwork's really making the dream work here tonight. The honourable member for Edmonton South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I hope we can keep this up for the next several hours at least. We'll see how everyone feels in a couple. But no, I certainly think that when we look at our beautiful province, when we look at getting Albertans out to our province, that we certainly want to be able to provide access to as many people as possible. People who aren't able to travel this year, people who aren't able to go on traditional family vacations they might have in other years, Mr. Speaker. And certainly, these people are now choosing to access our public lands in ways they never have before. And I'll admit, Mr. Speaker, sporadically throughout the years, and certainly when I was growing up, I had camped on public lands, but never in ways like I have in the last year during the pandemic, right? I made a point of going to our public lands during the pandemic because it was so difficult to get reservations in the national parks. It was so difficult to get reservations on the Alberta park systems. So we know that there is these wonderful spaces available for Albertans to use that in I think almost all cases don't require reservations and don't require significant bureaucratic hurdles in almost all cases. And we look at these systems and we know that during a pandemic, that's when people want to go out and be able to experience these outdoor areas as we've been encouraging Albertans to do, as we've been encouraging people to do it safely and distanced. And this is one of the best ways to do that. But instead, this government is trying to make it more expensive, is trying to make it harder, is trying to make it less accessible, and they aren't being clear with Albertans. They aren't being clear with Albertans on that these fees will absolutely go towards maintaining and enforcing on these public lands. Instead, what they are doing is they are taking these funds and putting them into general revenue, putting them into the big pot of money, as it were, Mr. Speaker, that can be used on anything, right? It can be used on all sorts of programs and is not limited in any way and is not restricted in any way. And we also don't know if the ministry will raise these fees at a later date or where else they may apply fees, because it turns out that none of these fees are restricted in this bill. So it really is something that's disappointing, because this new money that's being raised, and I don't believe the government's been able to provide a revenue projection. I don't believe the government's been able to provide an impact assessment or a socioeconomic impact study. I don't believe the government's been able to provide any assessment of what types what amounts of revenues it would be used for, would be raised. The concern is, are we going to ensure we actually use this money for good purposes, right? Creating new trails, maintaining old trails, repairing some of these trails. I know in many cases, and certainly in the Whitehorse Wildland area, there's, for example, paths that have been washed out for a number of years or are in very poor condition, or toilets that have been, the pit toilets in the backcountry that need to be redug out or dug in a new area, or any of these things going to be repaired or maintained. We simply don't know. And we ask, and the government's been unable to provide clarification other than they're saying, oh, these funds will be used for the parks and the public lands. That's what they say again and again and again, but that's not even guaranteed in the legislation, and they can't even specify where we'd be able to have these funds used. So I mean, it's something that's really concerning. It's concerning that Albertans are going to get less and pay more, right? That they're going to pay this $30 or $20 fee, depending on if you want to go once or multiple times. And Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, I think that people who, the type of person who wants to go camping once is going to want to go camping twice, and so on and so on. Most people don't only want to go out and see the outdoors once a year. So, Mr. Speaker, I think that most people will be forced to pay the annual pass. But when we look at these systems, when we look at the access to the outdoors, again, we're talking about tens of thousands of Albertans who have lost their jobs or significantly reduced their income and have seen almost no support from this government. And these same people are going to have to now decide that they have to choose between perhaps buying something the food to take camping, or paying the pass fee to go camping, right? Those are the types of decisions people will have to make now. So Mr. Speaker, it really is simply something that's upsetting. It's something that I think Albertans are going to be alarmed about. We've seen time and time again Albertans fight back against this government. Just walk down any street in a major city, and I believe probably not even in major cities, you're going to see Defend Alberta Parks. I know that just on my block alone, there's multiple of those signs, Mr. Speaker. So people care about the outdoors. People care about the beautiful outdoors that we have here in this province, and they want to access those lands. They want to be able to have access to those lands for reasonable access that involves making sure we protect our lands. And if we are going to be charging for it, then they need assurances and guarantees in legislation that those funds are going to be used for what the government says they are going to use it for. Albertans don't trust this government. Albertans don't believe this government, and you can see it when you walk down and see these signs. You can see it when Albertans have written thousands of letters to this government, when they have written thousands of emails and social media posts. And Mr. Speaker, I move that we adjourn debate.
Standing Order 29. Oh, adjourn debate. I'm sorry, I missed that last comment that you made. The honourable member for Edmonton South has moved to adjourn debate. All those in favour of adjournment, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. In my opinion, the ayes have it. The motion is carried and so ordered.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 58, Freedom to Care Act, adjourn debate.
Honourable members, Bill 58, the Freedom to Care Act. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the bill this evening? The honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Didn't really want to have to speak. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honor to rise and speak tonight to Bill 58, Freedom to Care. And this is my first time speaking to this piece of legislation. And I know with second reading we have much flexibility, and so I am going to certainly connect specifically to the bill, but I do have to touch on a number of broader themes before I get into some of the specific concerns and questions that I have. So please indulge me if you will. I know you're all quite captivated. I can see that. So I have to start. I have to start my discussion by really, I guess, asking what problem is this bill trying to solve? Who's asking for this? And I'm going to get into that a little bit more. I'm going to talk about some of the groups that have weighed in on this piece of legislation. But we're talking about I'm looking at this from the bigger lens of this being an opportunity for this government to show its support for nonprofits, an opportunity for this government to truly be bold and at a time, I hate to use the term unprecedented because I know it's overused, but an unprecedented time when nonprofits are absolutely struggling right now. At a time when this government could have, listened to the concerns from the sector and really responded with funding, with supports. Instead, they chose Bill 58, Freedom to Care. And so I want to talk about this a little bit more. When this bill was announced, I believe it was that exact same day, and forgive me if I'm incorrect, I can confirm that, but I'm pretty sure it was the exact same day, or perhaps the day prior. Again, I say it a lot, but time is awfully confusing these days in the midst of a pandemic. Around the same time, regardless of the specifics, I had just stood with a number of representatives from the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. I was honored to be there with them on behalf of our fantastic MLA from Edmonton Castle Downs, our critic for culture, and she was unable to be there that day. So I was able to stand. Of course, my colleague from Edmonton Riverview joined as well, because it was in her beautiful riding of Riverview in Horilac Park. And we stood there with multiple representatives, volunteers from the Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues all over the city of Edmonton, including for my own riding of Edmonton Highlands Norwood. We had the lovely Morgan from Elmwood Park, and Danny from Riverdale, in case either of them are watching tonight. Now, which I'm sure they are. That's right, I'm always optimistic that people are watching. They stood with us, and they talked about the cuts to Community Facility Enhancement Program, CFEP, and just how devastating those cuts will be to communities, to nonprofit groups that are doing fundamental work. And I talked about the fact that in my riding of Edmonton Highlands, Norwood, where, I've said it so many times in this house, I'm absolutely honored to be able to represent that riding. We have so much diversity in our riding, but we also have some folks who struggle, right? We have some of the highest levels of child poverty, as an example. And so in my riding, we've seen community leagues actually step up to fill gaps that government hasn't been able to address. And so I'll give a shout out to Eastwood. Eastwood is one of the poorest neighborhoods in the city. It's in the top 5. It's just a couple blocks from where I live, in fact. And they've stepped up and they've really been addressing issues around food security. People are coming to that community league, that physical community building, to get food, to just be able to have sustenance for them and their families. And I can point to other examples like that where community leagues are doing this fundamental work. And we've also got countless examples of nonprofits that are doing this frontline work. They are feeding people. They are administering harm reduction. I talked about it the other day that I was so proud to join a newer group called Bear Clan Patrol, Beaver Hills Edmonton Bear Clan group. Joined them in my area on 118th Avenue. We truly, any folks who know that area, 82nd Street and 118, so it's kind of Cromdale, Parkdale, that intersection there where the old Cromdale Hotel was, Cromdale Safeway's there. We literally went about 3 blocks down 82nd Street and about 2 blocks over on 118th Ave with multiple wagons full of food, and it was gone within that 5-block stretch. And my point in saying that is that the need is so great right now, right? The need is so incredibly great when it comes to just folks' basic needs, like hunger. They also, Bear Clan also works with a harm reduction model, and so there's been multiple examples too. It didn't happen on the night that I joined them, but where they've had to administer naloxone kits, where they've had to intervene, they've had to call 211 to help folks who are in crisis, right? And those are just a couple of examples, and I can point to so many more where we see nonprofit groups absolutely stepping up to do so much community work. And so, again, I'm gonna be able to dig into a lot more of the details around Bill 58, if not in this section of the debate soon, because I really want to provide that context of just how critical the work of nonprofits is. And it's always been critical. And I think if I didn't see so many organizations firsthand in my own riding, we've got some of those. We've got the bulk of a lot of the social service agencies, right? We've got the Bissell Center, we've got Hope Mission, we've got Operation Friendship Senior Society, we've got one of the mustard seed locations. The list goes on. So many of those organizations, I see the work that they do day in and day out, and so in conversations with folks like that, and I'll come back to my conversation with the representatives from the community leagues, at Edmonton Federation of Community Leagues. It was on that, again, it was either the same day or the day prior, that this bill was announced, that Freedom to Care Act was going to be introduced in the legislature. And one of those representatives said to me, "Why this?" She said, of all the pieces of legislation that this government could be introducing, why this one now? And I didn't know. I mean, at that point, obviously, we hadn't seen the bill yet. But you know, she raised the question of like, you know, we're clearly struggling. So many nonprofit groups are struggling, and I know community leagues are slightly different, but it's a good example of folks doing some of the frontline work. Why this piece of legislation now? And so had I not talked to so many representatives of nonprofit groups, I wouldn't feel as comfortable sharing this position. But I have to tell you, myself, my colleagues, my colleague from Edmonton, Whiteman, and I have, you know, we've met with multiple representatives of nonprofits, not just in Edmonton, in Calgary as well, and in other parts of the province. And it's a pretty consistent theme that nonprofits are really having a hard time right now. A lot of their funding sources have dried up. Not just government, although I'll talk about provincial government funding sources in a moment. Not just government funding, but also they've found it a lot trickier with private donors, right? Like we know that the recession associated with the pandemic has hurt a lot of those private funding sources as well. And we also know, and the example from the cuts to CFEP, we know that government funding has been cut in many areas. Or in other cases, it's been, you know, what's the word this government uses, reallocated or moved around to different pots. But we don't necessarily know exactly where it's been moved to or what those pots are. And so, you know, like I said, I've had so many conversations with representatives from nonprofits so many times where they are so fearful to speak out. Like again, I can tell you, I know my colleague from Edmonton, Whiteman, and I have had conversations with folks who are just, they don't know how they're going to keep their doors open. They are doing absolutely critical work on the ground, and they're worried that they could have to cease operations or lose some of their programs. Oh my goodness, and I wish I could share some of the examples because there are so many. But do you know what many of those nonprofits say? We can't speak out. We're fearful of retribution from this government. We're worried about the small amount of funding that we do have being cut off. And while I can't, and it's so tough because I truly, I don't ever want to be accused of, I can't say the L word, accused of economizing on the truth.
Let me provide some context for the honourable member, if you don't mind. It's not that the word lie has been banned from inside the Assembly, but you can't say that the government is lying, or the opposition is lying, or a member is lying. But you, of course, could say, my brother lied to me, or I don't want to be accused of lying, or all sorts of other ways that you could use the word lying. It's not that the word itself has been banned, just the context in which it's used.
Thank you. And it was a good excuse to say the L word on the record for anybody who knows the reference to that show, which I think is probably very few people in this chamber, but at least I could mention the L word. But I can say lying. I don't want to be accused of I don't want to be accused of lying, but my point in saying that was I truly do have countless examples of nonprofits that are struggling right now, and I cannot give a lot of specifics because, again, those organizations are so fearful of retribution from this government. And I'll give a couple of examples without naming those organizations, right? I can think of one example of an organization that does a lot of work in harm reduction. And they know that they've faced some opposition from this government in the area of harm reduction. They know that they are relying right now on some funding from this provincial government and are concerned that it could be lost. And so while they're struggling greatly right now, they are very, very hesitant to speak out at all. I can think of another organization, oh my gosh, I could go on for hours, but again, I can't name them. Another organization that works with youth who are again, they're facing some funding challenges. An example with that organization, they have done, have historically relied a lot on private funding, and again, those sources of funding have dried up. So, again, I could go on for hours for sure. But my point in all of this, and I haven't gotten into the nitty-gritties of this bill yet, but my point on all of this is we are facing a situation where so many of these frontline organizations are at a breaking point right now. And, I appreciate, and I know there are some folks with this bill, some folks from nonprofits that have expressed their support. They absolutely have. You can see that by just, looking up some of the news stories on this piece of legislation. Absolutely. And so I'm not questioning that at all. But I am questioning, at this point, when there's so much need out there, clearly the government is choosing not to address some of those needs through this piece of legislation. And what I would like for them to do is to commit that they will take seriously the needs of nonprofits moving forward. And if they're not going to, if they're not going to reimagine the funding that they've offered, and if they're not going to reassess some of the cuts that they've made to funding that so many of these organizations rely on, then let's see them invest in the bigger societal issues that we're facing. So I want to see an investment in housing. I want to see an investment in harm reduction. I want to see an investment in mental health, right? All these bigger issues, because we've not seen that to date. Okay, so I've given my spiel there. Again, I just can't say it enough. And if I didn't have, folks know I'm a fairly active MLA, and if I didn't have the, if I didn't carry those conversations with me as much as I did, as I do, it's just been something that's been on my mind a lot, because when I hear from folks who are serving some of the most marginalized people in our province, and they're not sleeping at night because they're not sure if their doors are going to be open next month, I mean, that's a pretty serious weight for us all to carry, okay? And I'm looking forward, because I'm hearing a little bit of heckling, I'm really looking forward to the members opposite to joining in this conversation. And I know we're going to have a lot more questions on this. And so, where do I start? So let me ask a few of the questions that I do have specific to Bill 58, to freedom, to the Freedom to Care Act. So a couple of concerns. So if passed, the Elgin Council would have the power under this bill to designate an entity as a nonprofit organization for the purpose of this act, which could lead to exemptions for organizations that would not otherwise be considered nonprofit. And so we have some concerns, and I know I'm looking forward to, I don't want to put her on the spot, but I'm looking forward to my lawyer colleagues talking about this bill, because some of the intricacies around language, I guess there's only one lawyer in tonight, but I've got some other amazing colleagues who aren't lawyers who have. The member from Lethbridge West is not a lawyer, but oh my goodness, she sure could be. So there are some questions that we've asked, rightly, that we will ask around the language and how some of these things are framed. Does this open the door up to a bit of ambiguity in the definition of what is and what is not a nonprofit? The definition of a volunteer is another piece that we've got some concerns around. It allows for director, officer, or trustee to be considered a volunteer, which could be scary. And I'm looking forward to my colleague from St. Albert talking about this bill as well, because I know she, like me, she has a lot of conversations with folks who are working in the nonprofit sector. And I'm certain she'll be able to explain some of these challenges as well. But the issue with, one of the issues with this is this could include decisions by paid board members. that lead to the harm, which of course my lawyer colleague will talk a little bit more about. But there's some, there seems to be a bit of a disconnect with the Charitable Food Act, where decision makers remain liable. So what does this mean when there's this level of ambiguity in the definitions? And I would think that, the government would have taken the time to very much distinguish the differences in some of the ways these terms are defined. But it looks like to me that they didn't take the time to do so. And so I'm looking forward to hearing a little bit more about sort of the process that went into this and how they might address some of the concerns that the nonprofit sector will have undoubtedly raised. I think interestingly as well, it allows for the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women to bring forward any number of exemptions, which then may be granted by Cabinet. Oh, there's more to say here, but I see my time is running out.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. Oh, a correction. Standing Order 29 isn't available, as the Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood was the second speaker after the mover, and as such had 20 minutes. Felt so long? Wasn't. The Honourable Member for Calgary Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to be able to speak here tonight on this issue. It's an issue that is very personal and important to me, so thank you for that. First of all, I wanted to address, since there was no 29-2A, some of the comments that were just made about taking seriously our not-for-profit partners, and just point out some of the steps that our government has made to make sure our not-for-profit partners and our civil society partners know that they are, in fact, partners with the government, starting with our Civil Society Council that directly counsels the Premier and has helped build a plan with this government in regards to how we will manage and support not-for-profits, not just through COVID, but as we go through recovery and come out of COVID. And they've done some fantastic work. That is led by not-for-profit leaders from right across this province and from rural and urban, Edmonton and Calgary, with a wide variety of backgrounds, and they are an excellent team. So not only have we invested in trying to build a relationship, and to comment on that kind of fear of telling government what we think. And I remember that even working not-for-profit under the PCs, I heard that underneath the NDP. It seems to be a cultural issue in regards to trying to make sure that we have very open dialogue between government and our not-for-profits, so that we're a team, that we know each other, that we feel safe to be able to express our concerns and to be able to have a very real and honest conversation. And I think that Premier's Council is a big step in that, but I also know that our ministers, Minister of Children's Services, Minister of Social Services, myself and a lot of my colleagues, all of my colleagues, have been very intentional about reaching out and connecting with our not-for-profits, so we can remove that sense of fear to be able to share and communicate with government. So I'm excited about that, and I think this is part of that. Bill 58 is part of that listening and building those relationships. So the other things in regards to our investment and our supports for not-for-profits would be not only are we continuing to fund social services, children's services, we've also added funds of homeless services and outreach supports. We've also added $142 million for mental health and addiction supports. Throughout the pandemic, we added $60 million to support our not-for-profit partners. We added $53 million specifically for mental health and addiction. I know a lot of those resources ended up in Calgary and right there in my own constituency. We also put $7 million towards an innovative fund with our civil society funds. So we continue to fund and support our not-for-profit partners because we know how critical they are, and we're very thankful for that. I wanted to start off talking about how I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for the freedom to care. And that stems back to my father's own story. He wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for freedom to care. And individuals in our community that stepped up in a big way and took a homeless kid off the streets into their own home, cared for him, and he was able to then go on, pay it forward. The other thing I wanted to say is the mustard seed wouldn't have been here if it wasn't for Freedom to Care. And a lot of the great work that my dad and the team of volunteers in the community were able to do was because we had that ability to freely care and help our neighbors in need. And in turn, we were served by our neighbors in need. And so I wanted to stress that, just the absolute importance that we allow community to be community. And when government's getting in the way of community being community, we need to figure out how we can get government out of the way and allow community to be able to be there for each other, to serve each other in that meaningful way. And I think we've seen so many great examples of that through COVID, but we've also seen and heard a lot of examples of how government regulation and policy and our risk-adverse nature has caused us not to be able to help people, and in fact being so afraid of risk that we've actually put people in harm's way because we haven't been able to help people. I even think about my dad when I was just a little guy. My dad brought home a guy named Chico, and I think maybe I've told this story, but we often had people sleeping on our couch, and one night Chico stopped by the mustard seed and didn't want to be an addict anymore. He didn't want to use anymore, and he was looking for help. And so Dad spent hours on the phone trying to get him into a treatment program, unsuccessfully, and he just didn't know what to do with this guy, right? I mean, he didn't want to leave him and just send him back to the street because that window was this big. And so instead, Dad put him in his car, which broke a whole bunch of rules that we have nowadays, and brought him home, put him on his couch, and Chico woke up to all of his boys staring at him in the morning and fed him breakfast and got him off to treatment the next day. And so I think about that, the way all of that started was because we had the freedom and the ability to be able to care for our neighbors in need. And that's what we're trying to protect in this legislation. So I think that we all can agree that Albertans are extremely generous. And that's something that I've always experienced throughout my life. And we've seen it through the floods, through the Fort McMurray fires. We've even seen it throughout this pandemic. Albertans are willing to step up in a very major way. And it may just be a Canadian stereotype that we will all do whatever it takes to help each other out, whether it's holding the door open for a stranger or getting flour or sugar to a neighbor, cooking dinner for your neighbor that's stuck at home in isolation, or volunteering for a local charity. And all of those options, all of those things make a huge difference in people's lives. I know I've heard a lot of concern and people talking about mental health concerns throughout this pandemic. And one of the great ways that you can work on addressing that is actually just getting out and get involved in your community. If you're feeling isolated or stuck in your home right now, there are ways to safely get out and volunteer and be involved and meet needs in your community. And if you're concerned about your own mental wellness, that is going to go a long way, not only for caring for need within your community, but also for caring for people around you. Even during this COVID-19 pandemic, I kind of talked about this already, but Alberta charities have stepped up in a major way. And I want to include our faith communities in this conversation as well, because they're part of that. They're part of our civil society. And I have seen our charities, and charities right there in Calgary Klein, step up and meet need. Center Street Church was my local church, by the way, and they have stepped up and they've been providing food hampers and meals throughout this entire pandemic to thousands of their neighbors, and they've mobilized a volunteer army of over 200 people that have been out delivering these food hampers, and so just a huge thing. Urban Society for Aboriginal Youth have been connecting with Aboriginal youth within the community who have been struggling, especially throughout the pandemic and with isolation and mental health concerns. They've been building mental health care packages, and we were able to help fund this through our grant program. So they can get mental health care packages to the youth that they're caring for, as well as supports for families that the youth live with and operate in. And Seniors Resource Society, another program that we were able to get some grant money to help, but they rely on a volunteer army of thousands of people to distribute food hampers, to drive seniors to vaccination appointments, to pick up groceries, and just do all sorts of other stuff and in our communities. So Our not-for-profits have stepped up in a significant way. And our community stepped up in a significant way too. And just an example would be the 50-50 jackpots. For example, I know the Mustard Seed and many other organizations received hundreds of thousands of dollars through the generosity of that program, and just so many other opportunities and ways that people are giving and contributing. Charities are specifically set up to make life-changing impacts in individuals' lives, with, whether it's through volunteering with sick children, providing people with meals, or providing less fortunate Albertans with housing. And not-for-profits like Hope Mission, the Mustard Seed, Boyle Street, the Calgary Drop-In Center, and so many more are critical, and they're there to support our most vulnerable in this province. You know, I know none of us ever really want to have to use those resources, but I can tell you, I'm thankful that I know they're there. And if I'm ever in need, or somebody I know that I love is in need, I'm just very thankful to know that there's great organizations that are there that will step up and help my neighbors in need, my family, if they need it. And we want to make sure the government's not hindering their ability to do that. Unfortunately, many Albertans need access to resources that charities are providing the public, and we need to take steps in the right direction by making resources more accessible through the Freedom to Care Act. And so getting government out of the way in many cases is what we need to do. The Freedom to Care Act would make it easier for charities to access and request exemptions to the regulations that stand in their way from helping Albertans. And I remember the member for Calgary Lougheed, the Premier, telling the story from the time of the Calgary floods, when volunteers made thousands of sandwiches and other perishable food items to help those who had been impacted by the floods. And unfortunately, their generosity was torpedoed because it didn't meet certain standards. And all of that food went into the garbage. And I just think what an absolutely terrible shame. And I know the Mustard Seed in the beginning kind of talking about how it wouldn't be here if it wasn't for the Freedom to Care. In those beginning days, and even still today, the meals are provided and served by lots of people out of their church basements and people in the community, or the local Sikh temple, I know, has done wonderful work in regards to providing meals and caring for the homeless. And you know, to hear of all those sandwiches being wasted is just an absolutely shocker. Right now, not-for-profits are looking to lend a hand and may need a one-time exemption for the government to assist in areas that aren't explicitly in their mandate, and we need to make sure that that's possible. Many of these groups may not even know which ministry that they have to contact. They have to navigate that through. They may not even know that they can request an exemption. And that is what Bill 58 is made for. The passing of this bill creates a website to act as a one-stop shop for not-for-profits seeking one-time exemptions that may not already exist. The website will direct the request to the appropriate ministry, which kind of saves the guesswork for the charity. That ministry will then make recommendations to Cabinet, who will then decide if a one-time exemption is needed, streamlining the process and getting help for those who need it in our community. We must take steps to reduce the red tape that charities have to face in serving their neighbors in need, and make sure that we can create more ways for Albertans to be involved and allow community to be community. And that's why I'm standing here today in support of Bill 58, the Freedom to Care Act, and very proud of this minister and this government for championing this. Thank you.
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise on 29-2A and to ask a question to the member, I think, from Calgary Klein. So he said a couple of things that it'd be great if he could expand on that. The first thing I wanted to say is, you know, I looked at Bill 58 and I looked at the title, Freedom to Care Act. I don't know, I've been, like the member, I've been in the nonprofit sector for many, many years. And we've been pretty free to care all along. And so I don't really understand why suddenly a piece of legislation is going to free up nonprofits and registered charities to do their work. It's been happening all along. So maybe he could speak to that. The other point I wanted to raise is the member touched on the new Premier Civil Society Fund. and as he was talking about his support for Bill 58, and he talked about the $7 million that was siphoned from Community and Social Services last year. To be clear, in the 3 years, there'll be $20 million that will be moved from Community and Social Services to the new Premier Civil Society Fund to give out to a variety of organizations, some faith-based, some focused on different issues in the community. And so I'm wondering if the member could explain how this moving money from a ministry that we know is already oversubscribed on a good day, because it covers homeless shelters, women's shelters, AISH, income support, disability supports, the list goes on. Huge waiting lists, huge oversubscription, and a lack of money to fund the activities that people need. And so I'm wondering if the member could provide some clarity to the House on his support for the name of the bill, number 1, freedom to care, and number 2, if he could explain his support why it is essential to move a total of $20 million from a ministry that struggles in a good year, to pet projects like the Premier Civil Society Fund. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Calgary-Klein.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm actually really excited to be able to talk about the Civil Society Fund. You know, there's great need in our communities, and the need is so great. This is why I support the Freedom to Care Act. It's bigger than what government can handle. It's bigger than what business can handle. It's bigger than what civil society alone can handle. At the end of the day, we need to bring all of these stakeholders together, and we need to work together collaboratively, innovatively, and to figure out how do we use our limited resources as a society to do things differently, to do things more efficiently or effectively, maybe even considering things like social enterprise or other new innovative ideas that are on the cutting edge of how we're going to go about meeting this growing need that's within our community. And so I'm excited again about what the Premier's Council of Civil Society is doing, that this fund is going to be focused on figuring out how do we help partner better with our civil society partners and look for new and innovative ways of meeting need, building community, and growing our society, and encouraging current civil society activity, but also new types of civil society activity. So very exciting about that. In regards to the process with the Freedom of Care, there was methods, as I said in my speech, in regards to requesting exemptions so that charities can go and do that work. The problem is a lot of charities, A, don't know about that, or B, don't know how to navigate the government system. And so this system gives folks a one-stop shop website where they can go find out what exemptions have already been made, to put in their request, and save the guesswork and the challenge of trying to navigate the government bureaucratic system. And it puts the onus on us, again, to build that relationship with our civil society partners, to hear what their needs is, and try to help reduce those barriers so that they can meet the needs in their community. So thank you very much for the question.
Any other members under Standing Order 29-2A? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I'm rising this evening to speak to Bill 58, the Freedom to Care Act.
A few seconds remaining on Standing Order 29-2A.
Oh.
Is that your intention?
No.
No, please
sorry.
go ahead, actually, on second reading on this bill.
No, I thought the Honourable Member.
It's okay.
Pardon me, Madam Speaker. I thought the Honourable Member had concluded his remarks under 29-2A. Pardon me. So I am rising then, just to be clear, to provide my remarks at second reading for Bill 58, the Freedom to Care Act. And the first thing that one must ask when reviewing any piece of legislation is what is the problem that we are trying to solve here with this piece of legislation? Who asked for it? And is there anything similar in other jurisdictions? We certainly see that limitations on volunteer liability exist in other jurisdictions, and there are some aspects of the way that this legislation is structured that are indeed rather non-problematic, I think, for the official opposition. We'll get to section-by-section analysis as we go along. Having said that, I want to focus in on some of the exemptions for nonprofit organizations, the exemptions detailed in Part 2, because this is where my eyebrows were raised with respect to this legislation. Now, the fact of the matter is that there are current regulations that allow for exemptions for nonprofits. And there have been a couple of examples cited in the media around the necessity of having this act structured in this way. The two examples cited are actually provided for already in legislation. So departments and ministers who know how legislation works know this. So indeed, there is an overbroad allowance in this act, given that it allows for any regulatory exemption of any kind, other than those that apply solely to nonprofits. So that folks can apply for any sort of exemption, and that is, in fact, overbroad and unnecessary. It is unnecessary for a nonprofit to apply for a Water Act exemption. It is unnecessary for a nonprofit to not have to follow occupational health and safety, for example, given that there are, first of all, there are exemptions for within occupational health and safety as it is, but to take an overbroad approach indeed provides for far too great of latitude with respect to public health, public safety, and regulations that are designed to just keep us all safe. I think so that's the first problem with an overbroad approach. Certainly when you are looking for a cabinet to provide exemptions, you want to do so in a way that maintains public health and public safety and so on across the board, and also maintains just a parity of expectation for citizens, that we are safe in terms of either occupational health and safety or food or any of these things, regardless of how those services are provided. And so the question is, why is Part 2 so incredibly broad? I think the next piece that I think is very, very problematic is Section 6, the annual report to Cabinet. The minister shall submit to Cabinet an annual report on requests for exemptions. I think this section actually just kind of contains a couple of spelling errors. They spelled the report to Albertans wrong in this section, because that's actually who should be reported to. The fact of the matter is that it's nice that Cabinet receives an annual report, but actually it should be Albertans. If there are legitimate places, spots where exemptions that do not currently exist under the Act are required, then we should be able to see what those are, for what kind of time period and who is requesting them, and where they will apply. If this Act actually is solving an identifiable problem, and if there's legitimate reasons that are in the public interest, then this should not be a problem. This absolutely should not be a problem. Just publish it. I think there's a couple of other issues with overbroad as well, and one of them is the fact that there are no existing exemptions from, for example, energy or environment, parks, regulations, children's services, Indigenous relations, seniors and housing. And so, I think that there's a reason for that. And that reason is that we have one level playing field for example, digging a well. Because when you drink the water out of that well, it's the same whether the health effects of a well that was not properly inspected or following regulations, the health effects of that are the same, whether it happened with a nonprofit or a for-profit entity. So that's why we always have to have the same rules. Now, there may be areas in which a director or otherwise may be able to waive some requirements that generally speaking apply to commercial enterprise that do not need to apply to nonprofits and charities. And, you know, oftentimes people will cite the provision of food, some kind of a relief operation of some variety, and that they should not have the burdens of a commercial kitchen placed upon them. That is a fine argument to make, and is also already provided for in existing exemptions within the province of Alberta. One of the reasons why I think it's so important for us to be able to both collar the application of this act, but also have an annual report to Albertans on who is seeking exemptions and for how long and under what conditions, is that we have had various exemptions in the past that are not necessarily in the public interest at all. For example, there used to be an employment standards exemption to pay less than minimum wage to people with disabilities. Now, our government ended that because it was wrong, quite frankly. But you know, what we don't need is a cabinet who has also the overbroad power to designate almost anything a nonprofit under the sun. And then we have a cabinet who is being empowered under this act to provide secretive exemptions and not tell the public about what those exemptions are for. So we can see the problem here. And both of those potential pitfalls of this legislation could be addressed through amendment. And certainly I think it is in the public interest for the province to do so. Another exemption that used to be provided from the Director of Employment Standards before our time, another thing we fixed was that children as young as 12 could work in kitchens, right? Like with knives and fryers and things. And now I have a 12-year-old, and that seems like a bad idea. But, you know, I think, again here, if this is not the type of exemption that would be provided, then just say so in the act. Real simple remedy for this particular question that I just asked. You know, and back to who is asking for this. Another question that I think the government should provide an answer for is who is requesting cabinet to be able to exist a designated nonprofit? Who is asking for that? Is that a problem to be solved? Another question, because, you know, when we look at how the liability sections are written in this act, it looks to me like a bonanza for civil litigators. And, you know, to me, this looks like a piece of legislation that might be tied up in a very nice bow and handed over to the Alberta Civil Trial Lawyers Association, and they'll be all funding their annual vacations off of it, because there seems to be some real gray areas with respect to assignment of liability. And I think the government should be clear on answering those questions, because this will inevitably be litigated. And oftentimes, judges look to the intention of the legislature in bringing in a piece of legislation such as this. And so it is incumbent upon them to answer those questions now, because there is no question that as it is structured right now, there are certain gray areas that will result in litigation. There's no question about that. Now, one of the questions that I think should be or could be resolved by releasing the results of the nonprofit survey, which the government so far has declined to do. They did a survey on this topic in 2020, I believe, and have so far not released it, so that we could perhaps have some insight, the public could, into what nonprofits said about the effect on their insurance coverage as a result of this act, and any analysis on their other organizational policies, and what kind of feedback they got. But of course, they haven't told us what people said in response. And in fact, what nonprofits tell us, as the honourable member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood indicates, their actual priority is the significant funding reductions that they've received, not just from various grants and other targeted initiatives, but also some of their bingo and casino and other sources of funds. This has been a very tough time. So, the question of who is asking for this and what remedy does it propose, and is it the right remedy, could be easily responded to by the government by simply doing the thing that is the sort of common sense approach and expected approach when we're making public policy, which is to release results of surveys. I've not really ever seen an instance where government just says, no, I don't think I will. I wasn't aware that was an option when one is prosecuting one's duties as a minister in the way that one should. I think also there needs to be some cleanup on what constitutes a volunteer of the Crown, and there's some daylight between how the liability is assigned for Crown as opposed to for nonprofits. And the government should provide clarity on this, and I think we also have some suggestions as to amendment. I don't know precisely what problem that is designed to solve. I do know that, for example, there are volunteers with Alberta Parks. And I do know that in the past there have been issues related to people getting hurt on the job or those kinds of instances, and I don't know if this is designed for that or with some other target, and the province should be clear about that. Another place where the province needs to provide clarity is around limitations of liability for professional liability. So would this limitation of liability apply to professionals, like, for example, if the volunteer is a professional, a lawyer, for example, giving advice, or a psychologist giving advice. So some clarity there, I think, would be welcome, because it could be that we are opening ourselves up to, well, as I said, to unnecessary and unpleasant experiences of litigation when there's no need to tie nonprofits up in that sort of thing. I think overall, what we have here potentially is a situation where government can designate anyone they want a nonprofit, which is odd because there are standards for what makes for a nonprofit. There are forms one fills out, one does various activities for registration depending on what kind of nonprofit. This is all very standard. So to have Cabinet then walk in and say, well, you, and you're a nonprofit, that is a strange power to want or have. I think the overbroad piece around the regulations opens us up to not just unlevel expectations around perhaps ambient air quality standards, occupational health and safety, simple matters related to whether volunteers are
Honourable Member, Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Member for Edmonton. Whitemud. Yes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on 29-2A to respond and ask my esteemed colleague, the member from Lethbridge West. She had a lot of good points, although as the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood mentioned, she's not a lawyer, but I swear her brain works like one, which is both a good thing and a bad thing, I suppose, depends on what you think of lawyers. But I think the part that I was quite intrigued by was, I found it interesting, her comments about the idea that Bill 58 indicates that the minister who grants exemptions or through Cabinet reports to Cabinet on those requests for exemptions, and why that kind of, it seems like an odd choice for this bill to not provide transparency to Albertans, rather than doing that, they're actually it's just going to be all internal Cabinet discussions and information about which nonprofits and which organizations are exempted from, as she stated, all kinds of regulations. There's really no limitation within Bill 58. And so, what kinds of things would the member from Lethbridge West expect to see in terms of transparency when the government of Alberta is granting itself this authority to, by order in council, exempt nonprofit organizations from any regulation in Alberta? Love to hear your thoughts.
Yes, well, this was the section that actually caught my eye. This whole exemptions piece did catch my eye, just because it seems that when we already are in a situation where there are no fewer than 420 regulations of providing for exemptions in the nonprofit sector by our count, that we would have to just simply throw a blanket over the entirety of the government of Alberta, which could then put volunteers, those receiving their services, any potential staff that they work alongside, any family members of those receiving services at risk. And the way that we know, so I mean that is a possibility, but the way that we know that that is not happening is that we simply publish the list of exemptions that have been granted in any 1 year, such that we don't have to stand in the legislature and muse out loud about what may or may not be exemptions provided to folks who may or may not be fit a traditional understanding of what is a nonprofit. As I indicated, there may be some areas that those 420 regulatory exemptions that currently exist do not address currently. That may be. So, if this was an act that simply provided a mechanism whereby there could be an application process for an exemption, and then the province would then summarily turn around to the public and tell them what those exemptions were, then I think that would certainly be something that the opposition would look upon as reasonable. But as it stands right now, this is not reasonable, so that is one easy way that one could just provide a little amendment. The minister shall submit to Cabinet an annual report that is tabled in the legislature. There, look how easy that was. In addition, if this overbroad regulatory exemption is not designed to exclude, for example, paying minimum wage to people with disabilities, if it's not designed to do to override or otherwise undermine the Occupational Health and Safety Code, then the province could simply explicitly exclude those from this act, and I think that would be another thing that it would be in the public interest to do. Another collar that they could put on this overbroad approach to this legislation is include an immediate and pressing public need that can be addressed only through this exemption. There should additionally be a duty to inform the volunteer of the exemption. Again, if these are regulatory exemptions designed to simply make life easier, then that shouldn't be a difficult thing.
Any other members wishing to join debate on Bill 58 in second reading? The Honourable Member for Edmonton. I don't know what's going on tonight. The Honourable Member for West Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I mean, I do use temporary accommodations in Edmonton, obviously, but I am very pleased tonight to be speaking to Bill 58, the Freedom to Care Act. Over the last year, we've all learned so much about the importance of helping our neighbors, supporting our communities, and serving others through acts of kindness. Civil society organizations and nonprofits have held to these values long before we were thrown into a global pandemic. Before drafting the Freedom to Care Act, Alberta's government opened a survey for nonprofit stakeholders to provide their input on problem areas in their sector. And the overwhelming feedback received was that red tape, outdated legislation, and prohibitive commercial regulations are the largest problems that the sector faces. Regulations are meant to protect the health and safety of Albertans, but as stakeholders noted on the public survey, good policy should already have exemption provisions. Governments are not infallible, and sometimes there are oversights that require changes to be made. Nonprofits should be able to focus on helping those in need instead of using valuable time navigating existing exemptions to regulations. Madam Speaker, the Freedom to Care Act brings good policy to the table and will help nonprofits and charitable organizations continue to help Albertans without extra red tape interference. If passed, the Freedom to Care Act will allow nonprofits to request new one-time exemptions from commercial regulations that prevent them from performing social good and helping our communities. To ensure that the provisions of the Act are producing expected results, meeting the needs of the communities, and not putting Albertans at risk, the outcome of exemption requests will be reported to Cabinet annually. Madam Speaker, several exemptions for nonprofits already do exist, but lack of awareness about those exemptions and how to access them is a hindrance to nonprofits. In times of crisis and emergency, it is critical that charitable groups have the ability to respond in a timely manner. Accessing and requesting exemptions will only work if nonprofits know where to look, which is why Alberta's government will create a website and provide contacts these organizations can use to get help finding existing exemptions from regulations. Madam Speaker, the volunteers that work in nonprofits commit their time, their money, and their hard work without expectation of reward. They take satisfaction in a job well done and find content in giving back. Volunteers don't provide supports to bolster their status or line pockets. They do it out of a genuine desire to help their neighbor and make their communities better. As we've heard, more than 1.6 million Albertans provide over 262 million volunteer hours to support their communities. With rough math, that's equivalent to about 29,908 full calendar years. Madam Speaker, that speaks volumes about the character of Albertans. If passed, the Freedom to Care Act will provide those volunteers with liability protections they deserve. Our province's nonprofit sector employs 280,000 Albertans and accounts for $5.5 billion in GDP annually. With over 26,400 nonprofit organizations in Alberta, there is no doubt that they will continue to play an important role in our province's recovery and in supporting our communities. The Freedom to Care Act will provide a reliable framework for civil society organizations so they can continue providing essential services for communities in our province, including those in West Yellowhead. Madam Speaker, I was taught from a young age about the importance of helping others. I was taught that being a community member is so much more than your postal code. It's about creating networks of support with your neighbors. I remember a number of years back, I met with a leader in our community from when I was a young child, and he shared with me, he says, you know, there was one time when my family had no food left in our cupboards, and he reflected on how he knew that my parents had provided their family with food that he assumed was probably the last bit of food that was in our cupboards, and those are the sorts of sacrifices that our volunteers and our nonprofit workers do make for the value of their communities. And over the years, I've had the opportunity to volunteer in various capacities, and today I have the honor of meeting with several nonprofits in my communities who work tirelessly for social good. From food banks to shelters and school food programs to emergency services, nonprofits truly exemplify what it means to step up for our communities and give back to our neighbors. I am just so proud, so honored to represent such amazing nonprofit groups and volunteers across West Yellowhead. And you know, when I get to spend some time and get to meet some of the volunteers. The sense of service and the satisfaction they have in providing opportunities for people in our communities who otherwise might not have opportunities, it's just absolutely inspiring. And a few of the organizations, they go as far as to allow individuals in the communities an opportunity to come in for a shower and to do laundry and use a computer to not only catch up on news, but look for employment opportunities. Things like that, just practical ways to meet needs of people who are hurting in communities. In this technological day and age, society, it's easy for society to forget what it is to participate in community. And sometimes we forget that helping our neighbors involves more than hitting like or share on a nonprofit page. Luckily, we live in a province with so many amazing people who continue to prove that day in and day out, there will always be people willing to do the work. And again, I see that in my own communities as these volunteers will be up all hours of the night to fundraise to support their nonprofits and then go out and do the legwork during the days as well. Madam Speaker, I am so proud to support this legislation brought forward. I want to thank the Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women for her work on this. Nonprofits and volunteers are there for Albertans when they need it most, and this government is there to support the great work they do by ensuring that they aren't blocked by red tape. And with that, Madam Speaker, I move that we adjourn debate.
The motion to adjourn debate, all those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 51, Citizen Initiative Act, adjourned debate. Mr. Scow.
Honorable members, we are on second reading of Bill 51. The Honorable Member for Edmonton-Duckworth.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity this evening to add some beginning comments here on Bill 51, the Citizen Initiative Act. Madam Speaker, the Premier, the government, all of us in this House were elected to listen to Albertans. But I think what we see happening is instead of taking the time to listen to the families and the businesses, about jobs, about health care, about protecting our parks, not mining the Rocky Mountains, more or less, and I believe the Premier said, it's almost like not his responsibility to listen. It's the responsibility of Albertans to launch a massive province-wide campaign with which to get him and the government's attention on a policy issue. And I think this bill provides an avenue for people with greater means to be heard over and above everybody else. And so I have some concerns with this bill, and hopefully I'll get a chance to address most of them. But we'll certainly give it a try here and see what I can get through. And so one of the things that I've always said over and over, time and time again in this House, I get hung up around the language that I see presented in some of the bills. And so I wanted to start with one, right on page 24, right at the bottom under Part 3, Initiative Petition Finances and Contributions. And the reason I wanted to start there, Madam Speaker, was what I saw over the course of the 29th legislature, what I seem to be seeing throughout some of the 30th legislature, is this idea, this initiative, this ideology maybe. How can we put more money into politics? How can we, I guess, make the rules fast and loose? I mean, Alberta once had the distinct honor, and I use that term loosely, of being the wild, wild west of elections. Our finance and contributions were out of control. And what it did was it allowed people with deep pockets to try to influence things. So instead of elections being debated on big ideas, it's being debated on big money. And so when I'm looking at this, and I'm referring to under Part 3, Section 20, Sub 3, the total amount of all contributions by an individual to a proponent or that may otherwise occur as prescribed in the respect and initiative petition shall not exceed the prescribed amount. Now, when you first read that, doesn't necessarily seem like a problem. But when you start to read on, you don't see what is prescribed. What are those amounts that won't be exceeded? And we were talking earlier this evening, Madam Speaker, around the trust that Albertans have right now in their government. And I must say it's a little bit low. Because they're saying one thing, they're doing something else. They're doing one thing, they're saying something else. And a lot of times those things are just not lining up. And so, again, when I think back of what I saw throughout the 29th legislature, what I'm kind of seeing now, yet another opportunity to put money back into politics, to increase the amount of money that can be spent to influence things. So again, we're heading in that direction of it. Instead of big ideas, it's going to be big money. And so when you're looking at that concept of trust, what limits will be set and when can we expect to see them? Make a commitment to that. This is what the limits we're planning to set. This is when we're going to be setting them by. Not just, well, take my word for it, we'll get to it. It'll be all right. The hairs on the back of my neck stand up every time I hear that. And so, I guess when I'm looking through this and I don't see this kind of thing, I find it very, very difficult to take the government at its word. That it's going to do the right thing, that it's going to be about big ideas, not big money. Track record so far is not lining up to that. Now, if that's what indeed happens, I'd be happy to be corrected. But let's just say I'm not so hopeful on that. And so, over the course of time, we've heard from the government, even leading up to the 19 election, this is about making sure Albertans get to participate, to have their voices heard. But yet, we see so many situations where we should be listening to those voices, and we don't. And so, when we look at Bill 51, is just simply a case of we're talking the talk, but we don't actually intend to walk it. I start to look at other things, and a good example, I think, to use, Madam Speaker, is how this bill is going to avoid some of the recent situations we've seen with all kinds of different questions on the ballot. And I believe it was in California, Madam Speaker. There were 15 ballot propositions ranging anywhere from kidney dialysis accessibility to stem cell research to lifting labor laws. That one always sends me into a bit of a tizzy because we have seen this government rolling back labor legislation, not to the benefit of Albertans, making it harder for them, making it potentially more unsafe for them. And we saw things around app-based delivery services. So you start to cloud all these things. And people are trying to pay attention, but their lives are busy. They're trying to pay their bills, and especially since we've seen moves by the government to make that even harder by increasing all kinds of expenses. We just finished talking about now increasing the expenses on parks and Crown land for them to be able to enjoy, making it even harder. Then we see things, and this rolls back to talking about the big money part instead. Over $700 million in spending, including by very wealthy interests like Uber, to override the rights of workers. Is this the intent of the legislation that you're proposing here in Bill 51? Is to be able to have an organization like that coming in with a bunch of money to try to influence a decision? Your language is potentially setting that up. Another thing that I constantly hear from this government, well, you know, they don't do that in Ontario, and they don't do that in BC, and that doesn't happen in Saskatchewan, and Quebec has never done it this way. And we're always being like everybody, you know, we're supposed to be like everybody else. So how come when I look through Bill 51, in BC, advertising sponsors, third-party advertisers, have a spending limit? I believe it's $5K. I don't see anything in there. Or, again, am I supposed to trust that something like that is going to come in? You know, it's funny. I seem to remember back in the 29th legislature, when it appeared like the previous NDP government wasn't prescribing something to go on in legislation, members of the opposition got very, very angry at the government for apparently not doing that. And so did you actually believe that kind of position because you're doing it now for what you criticized then? What's changed? I constantly see that. Things that used to apparently occur and were criticized for now seem to be okay. And when I'm also looking over at the BC legislation that have the initiative requirement balance, spending, advertising to be organized in terms of proponents and opponents. I mean, that just simply assists with clarity. You know who's for an issue, you know who's against an issue. If you're for an issue, okay, absolutely, fine. If you're against it, okay, fine. Be willing to admit it. So I'm curious as to why that potentially has been omitted from Bill 51. Again, going back to the fact that we're constantly pointing towards other jurisdictions doing things that we're apparently not. Here was an interesting one, Madam Speaker, that I remember all the time hearing about not letting the government have the ability to advertise during an election period. I haven't found that in Bill 51. Is now all of a sudden it's okay for the government to be able to advertise during the election period? Or did you actually believe that back then? So why isn't that contained in Bill 51? Because I'm not seeing it. I haven't been able to find that. There's also third-party advertisers are prohibited from collusion to avoid the expense limits in Section 26, Part 4, which, to be clear, are unknown. Yet legislation in 26.7 allows the transfer of funds from the initiative advertising account to the initiative advertising accounts of other third parties. I hate to say this, but it kind of seems like it's opening the door, or shall I say the back door, to being able to skirt the rules. Thus, if there's an issue, and whether they're in favor of that issue or against it, it's going to allow a lot of money to be able to flow into that. Again, instead of about the idea, it's about the amount of money that can be spent. Another big concern I have, and of course there was a committee around this, Madam Speaker, to look at some of these issues going forward. I know there was 3 recommendations of the Special Select Democratic Accountability Committee. One on prohibiting initiatives that would propose changes to the Charter rights and freedoms. Another one was requiring a draft bill with the proposal. And I'm not saying that people will get absolutely perfect legislation. That's fine. I'm sure we can find the ability to be able to help out with that. And then enacting reasonable campaign limits on contributions or expenses. Because the limits are left undefined under regulations. So, was this an error of just omission, like, we forgot to put that in? Or was it done on purpose so that later on we can just bump things up? So I'm wondering why those recommendations from the committee that was struck on this, why they were ignored and are not contained in Bill 51. This was the committee that was enacted by this House to look at this issue. And yet the government seems to be ignoring the hard work that was done by those members. It all translates back to the trust that Albertans have.
Member Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing none, the Honourable Member for Calgary Southwest. East. West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Albertans deserve to have a greater say in the issues that affect them. Bill 51, also known as the Citizen Initiative Act, would allow Albertans to have an additional role in the democratic process, enabling them to put priorities forward between elections. If an Albertan wishes to take action and bring a legislative initiative forward, they would first apply to the Chief Electoral Officer. Then they would have 90 days to gather signatures in support of their initiative. Petitioners would need 10% of province-wide voter support for legislative and policy initiatives and 20% of province-wide voter support for constitutional initiatives across 2/3 of Alberta's constituencies. The Chief Electoral Officer would issue the petition, including the signing sheets to be used to collect signatures. The petitioner would be responsible for all costs associated with gathering the required number of signatures, but they could accept contributions towards this initiative, subject to the financing rules that will be set out in the regulations. The Chief Electoral Officer would then review the signatures and determine if the petition has been a success. Successful legislative and policy initiatives would be referred to a committee of the Legislative Assembly of Alberta for consideration. If the committee does not support a legislative initiative, a public vote would be held. Successful constitutional initiatives would proceed through the process established in the Referendum Act. Additionally, Bill 51 takes important steps to ensure that petitions come from Albertans, are signed by Albertans, and that any political group involved in this process are Albertan. Democratic reform was one of our election platform commitments. This legislation fulfills that commitment. British Columbia has a similar process, and since 1995, there have been 12 initiative petitions. Sir Winston Churchill, a former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, stated, "It is the people who control the government, not the government the people." I want to express my sincere thanks to the Premier and the Minister of Justice and the Solicitor General for their hard work in ensuring another promise made and promise kept. I look forward to supporting this legislation and further enabling Albertans to participate in the democratic process. Thank you.
I thank the members. 29-2A is available. Seeing none, any other members wishing to speak? The member for Edmonton.
Riverview.
Riverview, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to join the debate on Bill 51, the Citizen Initiative Act. And certainly as a longtime activist myself, I certainly like that title. I think that that's an important title, and that the more our citizens are engaged here in Alberta, the healthier democracy that we have. And that is something that always has been a concern of mine, that sometimes our voter turnout in general elections is, it has been under 50%. It's been, in the 60% range, high 50s the last few elections. But certainly the work that our NDP government did when we were in power did create a much more ease in the electoral process, and consequently there was a higher turnout in the last election in 2019, which we're very proud of, and that Albertans were becoming more engaged because they did have more opportunities because some barriers were taken down. So of course it's very important for citizens of this province to be involved. That's the measure of a good democracy, really, is that the citizens are active, understand, feel that they can be connected, aren't alienated, and certainly sometimes politicians, as we all know, get a bad rap. Sometimes validly so, and sometimes not validly so. And that people feel like, well, no one's listening. And so I see where this could spring up, this is a grassroots kind of idea that, regular Albertans would have the power to step up and put forward issues. But I must say that the current UCP government has opportunities already. They are the government. They have tremendous power to make decisions in this province, and they absolutely can listen. And they can respond to citizens who are active already. And I feel like what's happening currently in our province is that people are feeling the government's not listening. Certainly, I can give you many examples. One that's quite timely is just the UCP curriculum for the public school system. Many Albertans have stepped up and spoken about concerns about the curriculum. Many school boards have also spoken up and say they won't pilot it. But day after day in this House, the Premier says, basically, I'm not listening. I'm not listening to the concerns of Albertans. I'm not listening to, I think, extremely valid missing in the curriculum.
Specifically targeting one member of the House, and I don't think that it's fair that you say that he is not listening. So I'll just caution you on that point, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'd say that perhaps then the UCP government, is that allowed, isn't listening? Okay. Okay, there we go. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Speaker. So, I feel like people are speaking very loudly about these concerns. And there is a myriad of other examples, of course. I know that many advocates have spoken out on just the opioid crisis in our province and the move away from the harm reduction model by this government. Additionally, the heartbreaking tragedy in continuing care where over 1,200 seniors have died in continuing care facilities across this province during the COVID-19 pandemic. And both with the opioid crisis and also the continuing care crisis with COVID, we know that these are preventable deaths. And there is things that the UCP government can do. So, unfortunately, I'm I guess reticent to see this as necessarily a game changer, because I have witnessed, from pretty much a front row seat here, this government's lack of ability to really respond to concerns and to change their course. If anything, it usually makes them dig in their heels more, despite hearing loudly, I think, from many quarters. Certainly we hear in the polls that are reported publicly that the UCP, if there was an election today, they would not be government. We would be government. And so that's a pretty loud voice. And we've not heard that once, we've heard that several times. There's a whole trend that is underway, and that Albertans are registering very clearly that they do not like the direction. So with Bill 51 and the Citizens Initiative Act, this bill is being put forward to give Albertans an opportunity to be kind of trailblazers, be coming from the grassroots and bringing forward actual legislation that the government needs to consider. Of course, there's some requirements, it says in here, that it will allow Albertans to propose legislation and policy changes. They need 10% of voters province-wide for that to sign on. With constitutional matters, that would be 20% of voters province-wide. But I guess one of the questions about that, too, is that I know that certainly looking at our province, it's extremely diverse. And we certainly have, major, highly dense populations in the two major cities of Edmonton and Calgary. And we have, many, middle-sized cities across the province. And then we have rural towns. And then we have counties, people living in remote northern places in our province. And there's no provision in this legislation at all to sort of have a distribution so that when people's voices are heard, that actually it's important to hear from across the province. So, because of the density of population in the cities, well, it's like the city could just be making the decisions about what would go forward. So it feels like that's a missing, that it could really create some tension, I think, between rural and urban voters, and we already know that that is a significant issue. I think people sometimes express, and certainly I remember hearing this as when I was minister, that sometimes the rural folks feel like nobody's listening to them in the city, that we don't understand them, and that there's concerns about that. So I think that, that should be clarified, that should be looked at. Is the government willing to sort of address, that difference and making sure that it is something that is across Alberta wanted in that sort of 10 or 20% piece. Another area that is quite concerning is just about, the expenses, the expense limits. And it talks about expense limits. Here it's on page 26, it's number 22. It says, section 22, it says expense limits. A proponent shall incur initiative petition expenses should not incur initiative petition expenses exceeding the prescribed initiative petition expense limits. So really, it tells us nothing. They're not even identified in here. Certainly, other legislation that we've heard that it exists. Well, actually, the only other jurisdiction in Canada that has this type of legislation is in British Columbia, and they do have spending limits of like $5,000. So that's clearly outlined in the legislation. So I'm kind of curious as to, this is such a broad statement. It just doesn't identify what that number could be. And so I guess we want to make sure that, this can be accessible to all. I think that that's perhaps the heart of this legislation being proposed, is they really want all Albertans to have access to being able to bring issues forward. But if they're, if another group, another individual doesn't like this legislation, then of course, they can speak out against it, they can campaign against that, and perhaps they have deeper pockets than this other person. And so should it be money that rules that? And I think in a healthy democracy, there has to be limits on that. And so, I think that that's a significant part of this legislation that needs to be outlined very clearly, because otherwise I think we won't have a more robust democracy. We'll have more of a, democracy that favors people who have lots of money. And certainly that is a very important piece. And certainly when we were first elected in 2015, bill number one for us was getting big money out of politics, because we understood this principle. We understood the principle that for people to be able to be engaged, then they have to, we can't be excluding people just because they don't have exorbitant funds to put into lobbying campaigns so that they can switch the minds of the community or influence in that way. So of course that's so important. So in Bill 1 that we introduced in 2015, we said, corporations and unions could not donate. We took that big money out of politics, and that was a very substantial and clear signal, I think, to all Albertans that we believed everyone needs to be on more equal footing. And getting out corporations and unions who both have access to, a lot of money that many of us don't, it did, make it a more fair playing field. But again, here, this legislation seems to, welcome that almost, because they are so silent on what the limits are. And I think that that's a deep concern, and I really commend my colleagues on the other side of the aisle to look at putting in a specific amount that's fair and reasonable, so that this legislation really does do what I think its intent is. And certainly when it was presented, and certainly discussions about it, it really is to enable all Albertans to feel that they can have opportunity in our government to influence policy regarding legislative policy or the Constitution. And so having a limit on how much can be spent on an initiative. Certainly there's usually pro and con views on a particular issue. So people will line up against you or for you, depending on that. And if they can do that with unlimited funds, then it's very difficult to win those races. I mean, we see that in the States oftentimes in their politics, which, big money really rules that country. And I think that the outcomes there are quite tragic, really. And so I think this is a very important limitation on what can be spent. That should be clearly specified, and I just want to reiterate that again. In BC, it has a $5,000 cap, so that, and that's, I think, reasonable and accessible, and that Albertans could probably raise those funds, and it wouldn't be exclusionary. So we know that this bill allows for this citizen-led policy, legislative and constitutional petitions. However, the results of the petitions are not necessarily binding on the government. And so this makes me scratch my head. Like, I'm just thinking, well, what's the point then? Why are we doing this? I think that it seems to be a little bit of an exercise in futility. We want the government to respect the outcomes of these things. I would think that would be the purpose of the legislation. And certainly, as I've said previously, I mean, it's quite apparent, I think, to many Albertans that this UCP government is not listening and is not responding to citizens' concerns. So even if you do all this work, you get those signatures, you do all the application correctly, it's not necessarily binding on the government. So it feels a little bit confusing to me that the legislation would sort of have a back door so governments don't have to respect it. And that makes very little sense to me. So I guess, I just ask the government to sort of look at that piece of the legislation and see if that is really their intent.
92A is available. I'll recognize the Deputy Government Whip.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to respond to the previous member's remarks. I'm going to jump right into it and talk about listening. Talk about listening. It's just so important, especially for governments. And while I understand that the members opposite may not like the curriculum that the member spoke about, for example, it is a draft curriculum. And we have presented a curriculum that we said we would do. We engaged stakeholders. We brought in parents, teachers, subject matter experts to ensure that it was reflective of what Albertans wanted to see their kids learning in the classroom. But let's go back to this conversation about listening. I have received a number of emails on the curriculum, and it is my job to listen, and I have, and I've spoken with a lot of the parents and the teachers who have given me feedback on that, and will continue to do so. But to suggest that because there's feedback on this, and lots of emails coming in that we're not listening would be completely false. It's our job to listen. We knew that these emails and this feedback was going to come back. It's a draft curriculum. But I'll move on to the next part. Listening. Government's not listening. Let's talk for a minute about Bill 6. How many salt-of-the-earth, hardworking men and women drove to the legislature during Bill 6 and explained very clearly how upset they were with the previous government's moves on Bill 6 and coming after farmers? They did not listen. Let's then talk for a moment about the carbon tax. The overwhelming opposition to the carbon tax. Albertans, again, were clear. The carbon tax was not something that they wanted the previous government to introduce, yet they did it. They didn't even campaign on it, Mr. Speaker. Then let's talk about the absolute devastation of the opioid crisis. Something that is very close to home, because I represent two of the country's largest reserves in the Blood Tribe and Siksika. A proud, honorable people who are being devastated by an opioid crisis. And I have seen firsthand this devastation. I see it almost on a daily basis in how it's ripping families apart. And the members opposite talk about a harm reduction strategy that only introduced more harm. There are many ways to address this, but Mr. Speaker, harm reduction is not the only one, and they did not listen to the businesses and the members of the community in Lethbridge about the devastating effects that this harm reduction strategy was having. And over and top of that, they were asked to audit this organization that was running the drug injection site in Lethbridge. Said, oh no problems here. Don't look over here. When there's over $1 million of misappropriated funds. Madam Speaker, the reason why I'm talking about this is because the member spent a lot of time in her remarks talking about listening, to suggest that we aren't listening. This bill is specifically listening to Albertans. They asked us to put more power in the hands of the everyday citizen. And we've not only done it with this bill, but with the recall legislation, and even most recently with removing mandatory vaccinations from the Public Health Act, something that's been there since the early 1900s. Madam Speaker, we are listening. And to suggest that we are not slaps in the face of the spirit of this bill. And I don't know why the members opposite have a problem with direct democracy. Because democracy is about relevance. And they're talking about big money. There's big money on the other side. I can tell you that right now. I walk through some of the communities and see every once in a while the Save Alberta Park signs. Look who sponsors the bottom of those signs. Y2Y, CPAWS. There's big money there. Tides Foundation, Rockefeller. Madam Speaker, sure. The reality is this cuts both ways, and I suspect I'm running out of time here, but the reality is, Madam Speaker, this bill is proof that we are in fact listening. We will continue to listen, and I don't understand why members opposite have a problem with Citizens Initiative when it gives people, everyday citizens, the opportunity to bring something that matters to them to legislators.
Members, any other members wishing to speak to Bill 51 in second reading? The Honourable Member for Drumheller-Stepford.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise and show my support for Bill 51, the Citizen Initiative Act. As a few of my colleagues have said, it's an act that really will strengthen our democracy and make it more accessible for Albertans. I was gonna say before I had my midlife crisis and started spending my evenings with you fine people, I hadn't given much thought to Citizens Initiative referendums, but I do know that we ran on a very thick platform document, and it had a plank in it on democratic reform and accountability. And Citizens Initiative wasn't in there that I recall, but I know recall was. I know fixed election date was in there. I know closing the AFL loophole and getting those big union dollars out of our elections was in there. Those are the things that I remember from that piece of our platform document. But this wasn't specifically. So I remember the first time that I heard it brought up, I think, was in a speech of the Premier's, and it did make me think about what that would look like. I liked the idea. It sounded good. It sounded like it would obviously be something where the devil would be in the details. How would you create that where you'd have thresholds that, you know, were possible but not so achievable they'd be used, you know, frivolously. So it brought forward a lot of questions about what that would look like. So then later I had the opportunity to sit on the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee and have a lot of great conversations and debate with some people in the House right now on both sides of the aisle, and listen to stakeholders by teleconference and written submissions, and discuss what that would look like. And a lot of those discussions led to a lot of what this Bill 51 is before us today. The bill, those thresholds I was speaking about, what was decided on by the Minister of Justice here upon our recommendations was that 10% of the voters province-wide would be needed for legislative and policy initiatives. So for anything that was in the jurisdiction of this House. But for the other stream, for the constitutional initiatives, that you would need 20% of the province-wide eligible voters. But not only that, you would need 20% in at least 2/3 of the electoral districts. So I know there was great concern from one of the members opposite in those previous comments about what about rural Alberta and rural versus urban, but it would be exceedingly tough to not involve the cities, the country, to get something that big across the line. 58 EDs is definitely a lot. So any Albertan can do this, any eligible voter. First, they need to go to the chief electoral officer with their clearly outlined either piece of legislative idea or policy, or a clearly outlined constitutional question that could end up on a ballot. And then once the chief electoral officer hands them all of their petition sheets and says, okay, this is acceptable, here's your start date, you have 90 days to complete either of the two types of initiative. And another comment that I'd heard, I believe from the member from Edmonton Riverview, is that this would be non-binding, so what's the point? The first stream, the provincial jurisdiction legislative stream, if successful, if deemed successful by the chief electoral officer, there is a mechanism in place in the Act where then that piece would go before a legislative committee in this House. They would sit and go over it, and if they found it acceptable, they'd begin the legislative process. And if they didn't, then it would go to some form of provincial vote. So it wouldn't just end here because they couldn't agree to move it forward. Now, the other comment that caught my ear was that one of the members said there's nothing in here for minority rights, and that was clearly something that was recommended by the committee. I do believe on page 8, section 4, it says an initiative petition proposal must not contravene sections 1 to 35.1 of the Constitution Act 1982, or otherwise limit or adversely impact the rights protected under sections 1 to 35.1 of the Constitution Act 1982 in a manner that is not demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society. So I'm glad to see that the Minister of Justice and his team took that into consideration and made sure that it was part of this legislation. I know in talking to constituents while I was on the committee, bringing it up back home with other Albertans at large, so to speak, and see what they thought, I know it wasn't always thought of as a game changer, I think was the comment from the member opposite. It wasn't always seen that way, but generally it was considered that it would be a good tool in the democratic toolbox, that it would be a nice piece to shore up the democracy we have here in Alberta. And if there was a concerned group on either those provincial jurisdictions or something larger, they would have a path. And I think that whether you're wherever you are in the political spectrum, people are very engaged right now. They want to be involved and active, whether that's and they'd like to do that in between elections. So I think this is a good piece to what we have going on in Alberta. The other thing that I just wanted to speak about briefly on some of the talk about big money. It's a nominal fee, so there's not a lot of upfront cost. So if you have a committed team across the province with enough concern or drive to get something across the finish line, it wouldn't necessarily have anything to do with money. It would have to do with keeping a government to account, pushing forward what may be a unpopular idea with the government of the day, but might have mass support. So I think it's a good piece. I don't think it's everything, but it's a nice piece to add to what we have going on in Alberta, and I think that the minister did a good job following the recommendations put forward by the committee in general. I know the committee's recommendations weren't overly prescriptive. They kind of gave a range. I believe the recommendation on the thresholds was between 5 and 25%, and that if they were to go ahead with a constitutional stream, that they consider having some regional signature thresholds as well. So I'm glad to see that made it into the Act. The 90-day period was what was recommended, following what can be used what has been used successfully at least once in British Columbia on a petition length like that. So overall, I think it's a pretty nice piece, and I know I'm excited to support it and hope the rest of the House does as well. So thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable members, Standing Order 29-2A is available. Seeing none, any other members wishing to join debate? The Honourable Member for St. Albert.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to rise and speak to Bill 51, Citizen Initiative Act, and let's check the time here. So I've heard a lot of comments tonight about this piece of legislation, and I'm glad that the member opposite is happy with the pieces that he described. But I think that there's a number of concerns that that some of my colleagues have touched on that I would like to reiterate. And there are also some suggestions and recommendations that the committee, well, parts of the committee anyway, suggested to make this piece of legislation better that were summarily rejected, and I would like to touch on that. So just an overall quick summary of this bill. This bill will allow for proposals for legislative, policy, or constitutional changes be approved by Albertans through the collection of signatures to meet thresholds and then brought to the legislature and possibly to a plebiscite or referendum. Now, what I would like to say right away, right off the top about this is that, you know, it seems like this government is really focused on muddying the waters as much as possible when it comes to municipal elections. And so I think if you think back over the last couple of years of some of the changes that have been made, whether it's like with Senate elections that are, we won't even get into that, what kind of a waste of time that is, because it really isn't going to do anything, but it does, I think, really does muddy the waters in municipal elections. And, you know, don't take my word for it, but we've heard this from municipal leaders. I think AUMA has been fairly clear about what their concerns are in terms of the money that's involved and really the bringing in of issues that shouldn't be there. So, you know, again, so there was the Senate elections and, of course, referendums. And the government members like to talk about how much this is going to strengthen and uphold democracy in Alberta. And I would like to, again, remind the members, like I think one of my colleagues did earlier today, is that this is the government that fired an independent election commissioner and then said, no problem, you know, the other guy can take care of all of this. And then when the other office decided that, you know what, the scope of our work has really increased because of what's happening, we really need a larger budget, or we really need some help here. And again, government was like, no, you're good, you got this. And so it's kind of ironic to be sitting in this place to listen to government members talk about how much they have worked to strengthen democracy when that was the most blatant attack on democracy in this province that I've ever seen, where we had an active investigation, we had fines being levied, all kinds of issues, and the government decided, no, we don't really need that person. But that person could apply, Madam Chair. I'm sure you remember that. Government members were saying, well, it's not really a big deal. That person could apply and, you know, get hired by the election, by the chief electoral officer, no problem. Well, of course, that didn't happen. None of us were surprised by this. And so it is quite rich to hear the members opposite talk about their dedication to upholding and strengthening democracy in Alberta. So anyway, I mentioned earlier that there were some other recommendations that came from the Select Special Democratic Accountability Committee. And there were three in particular that government members chose to ignore and walk away from, and I think they're fairly important. So the first one was around prohibiting initiatives that would propose changes to the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I think we've touched on that. The other was requiring a draft bill with the proposal. I think that's pretty straightforward, why that would be a good idea. And the third is enacting reasonable campaign limits on contributions or expenses. And here's where I think you get into the weeds a little bit. It seems like all of these things that the government says, we're all doing this under the guise of strengthening democracy, when really this is opening back doors in many cases, to introducing more money, more funds into democratic processes. And I think we worked really hard over the time that we were in government to make some changes to try to level the playing field to some extent. Was it perfect? No. But it was a really good start, and it was about limiting how much money could be spent by parties, how much money could be donated to candidates, all of those things. Now, certainly we have some work to do around PACs, but we can have that discussion another day. But what we've seen is introduction of different pieces of legislation that would introduce more ways for people to inject money into elections. And we know that money has an impact on elections. We know this, right? We absolutely know this. And so, once again, I want to continue to say this government's standing up and claiming to be defenders of democracy is pretty rich, because that's not the way that I see it. So, you know, one of the, hang on a second here. So I want to talk a little bit about, you know, this bill certainly does allow for citizen-led policy, legislative, and constitutional petitions. However, the results of the petitions are not binding on the government. We also know that registered voters can use the initiative process to propose new provincial law or policy or changes to an existing provincial law, and then propose constitutional initiatives. Now, Elections Alberta will administer the initiative process, including determining if a proposal can proceed to the petition process, and then estimated costs of the initiative have not been disclosed. Goes on, third-party advertisers are allowed no limit on contributions or expenses pending regulations. Well, here we go with the regulations, and this seems to be a bit of a pattern with this government, is they will pass they'll pass legislation that doesn't have a lot of detail, granular detail about what that will look like in real time, and then we'll turn around and develop regulations that are questionable. And the thing with those regulations, Madam Chair, as I'm sure you realize, is that we don't get to debate them in this place. And I think governing simply by regulation, I don't think is upholding and strengthening democracy in any way. So we know that petitioners have 90 days to collect signatures, and then if it's successful, the legislation and policy initiatives are referred to a legislative committee, and then, of course, constitutional referendums referred to cabinet. So those are, I guess, the nuts and bolts of this legislation. Now, some of the concerns is obviously, what my colleagues have touched on, is that there is truly a lack of clear rules around expense and contribution limits. So all of those things will apparently be left up to regulation with no timelines on when those will be produced. So once again, the problem there is that we don't have open, transparent debate on what those regulations will look like. Once again, this is a government saying, just trust us. We'll get it done. We'll get it done properly. We are the defenders of democracy, when clearly we know that their track record says the complete opposite. Yeah. There is no prohibition on the participation of political parties as a proponent. I think that if Albertans don't realize by now that this particular government has problems following the rules when it comes to elections, they're not paying attention. There's also no need for third-party advertisers to register for or against an initiative, which again, I think just is the opposite of what open, transparent democracy needs to look like. There's also a risk, a very real risk, of regional issues being imposed upon the province as a whole, as there's no requirement for signatures for participation in all communities, all areas of the province. Just like we hear again and again that people that live in rural or remote parts of Alberta don't want to feel like people that live in the large urban settings are making all the rules or making all the decisions. The reverse is true. And I think to have good legislation, inclusive legislation, transparent legislation, I think it needs to meet the needs of all Albertans, Albertans that live in big cities, Albertans that live in remote communities and rural communities. And this piece of legislation doesn't do that. So I think, obviously there are a number of amendments that we will be bringing forward to try to make this piece of legislation better, and we certainly look forward to that debate. But again, I just wanted to underline just some of the feedback from stakeholders. So I think it's really important for government members who continue to say, we are the defenders of democracy, this will only strengthen democracy. Alberta stakeholders, and this is their position, both the AUMA and the RMA were against allowing citizen initiatives or referendums to be held in conjunction with local elections, citing that votes on province-wide issues will detract from local issues. Feels like we've had this debate a number of times on different pieces of legislation, and that is precisely what municipal leaders are saying, is don't muddy the waters. Once again, we see this government, clearly isn't listening, doesn't want the feedback, and is choosing to proceed how they choose to proceed. So with that, Madam Chair, I will take my seat and look forward to adjourn debate. I'm sorry.
The motion to adjourn debate. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. The Honourable Member for Minton South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. At this time, seeing that we've made considerable progress, I would move that, or I would request unanimous consent of the Assembly that we move to 1-minute bells for the remainder of the evening.
Having heard the unanimous consent motion, I will ask one question and one question only. Is anyone opposed to giving unanimous consent to move to 1-minute bells for the remainder of the evening? So carried.
Under Government Bills and Orders for second reading, Bill 57, Métis Settlements Amendment Act 2021, adjourn debate. Member CC.
30 members wishing to debate on Bill 57 and second reading. The Honourable Member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It has been a productive evening. I feel like I've spoken a lot, and I'm quite excited to speak about this bill. Not, as you'll find out soon, spoiler alert, not because of my support of it, but because of my passion for Métis folks in our province and what I know about Métis settlements. And so I want to begin, and of course we are on second reading, and so that gives me a fair bit of latitude in how I approach this. I want to begin by picking up where members previous were talking about how this government is listening and how this government is consulting and meeting with Albertans. And while I must tell you that we can certainly point to countless examples where a government that claims it's listening is sure doing a strange job at it. Who exactly are they listening to? And I'm thinking about just earlier today, I read a news story about how the member for Banff Kananaskis has now been called out by the mayors in the town, the two largest towns in her riding, Banff and Canmore, asking her how she could possibly sign that letter questioning public health measures when neither of them had been consulted. Two of her largest communities. That's just one example. One example. I could point to so many more, but I'm going to bring it back right away here. I see some people getting a little nervous. To Bill 57. This is an absolute example of a government not listening, not consulting. And that's not just us in the opposition saying that. That is absolutely what folks who are directly impacted by this piece of legislation are saying. It appears with Bill 57, the changes within this piece of legislation have been unilaterally imposed upon the very people this bill is intending to help, and I use the word help in air quotes, of course. completely inadequate consultation. And in fact, you know, Herb Blair, who is the president of the Métis Settlements General Council, has been abundantly clear that this was an entirely flawed process. And we've heard, in fact, my colleague, the member for Edmonton Rutherford, has done, speaking of consulting, he has done an incredible job at consultation with Métis settlements, of course with First Nations, with folks all across this province, all across the various treaty areas. And since I can, or I'd like to again bring it back to curriculum as an example here, you know, he's heard and we've heard from countless Indigenous organizations. Multiple bands now have come out opposed to the UCP's regressive curriculum, and their biggest concern, of course, is the lack of Indigenous content and the mistreatment of Indigenous content, including not acknowledging the calls to action of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, which, as we should all know, strongly called upon governments to ensure that students were learning about residential schools as early as kindergarten in age-appropriate, developmentally appropriate ways. And so I have much faith in my colleague from Edmonton Rutherford when he shares with us that folks he's talked to feel that they were absolutely not consulted on this significant piece of legislation. And I've met with Herb Blair before. I've had the honor of chatting with him multiple times. Not too long after I was elected, in fact, myself and the member from Edmonton West Henday, who represents the area where their head office is, had a great conversation. And I know that was, like I said, that was not too long after I was elected. And just to hear about the work that they do in serving, I think it's around 5,000 members across the province. And, you know, it sends, I should maybe frame it as a question. What message does it send to the Métis settlements when they're shut out of the process, when they're shut out of a piece of legislation that is so specific to the needs of their communities, the needs of their settlements? And I mean, I was going to say, I'm sure everyone knows the history of Métis folks and of settlements in this province, although I shouldn't assume that. You know, it was the current social studies program, which of course was developed under PC governments, and which I was proud to implement as a teacher in rural Alberta, does a very good job of talking about the history of Métis folks in Alberta. Previous curriculums didn't do as deep of a dive. I was a product of some of the earlier curriculum, but the curriculum that we were working on certainly did under the NDP post 2016. And so, like I said, I shouldn't assume that everybody in this chamber does know the history. And of course, I worry about this because. We know the Métis Nation, of course, the Métis Nation and Métis settlements are not the same organization, but we know the Métis Nation has come out against the curriculum as well. But back to the Métis settlements. In meeting with Herb Blair a couple of years ago, like I said, I really got to understand a little bit more about the work that they do and the communities that they serve. And when we heard that they were completely shut out of the process, you know, it just again highlights how rich it is for this government to continually, you know, lecture us on not consulting, when again the list of examples of this government not consulting is a long one, whether we're talking about parks or we're talking about coal or we're talking about curriculum. The list goes on. That's true, and the member from Edmonton Wetmouth is absolutely correct. It's only been 2 years, and in fact, her and I and a number of members on that side of the House will be celebrating our 2-year anniversary coming up soon on the 16th. What is the 2-year anniversary? Is it like diamonds, paper? Anyways. We will find out. We will celebrate accordingly. But truly, though, that's right. Truly, though, I want to take this opportunity to share some of the concerns of the Métis Settlement General Council because they are significant and because I'm quite fearful. I mean, we're going to try again not to totally spoil what's happening, but we are going to be introducing some amendments trying to adjust this bill. I'm fearful that this government is going to ram it through and is going to be it's going to be a huge disservice to the Métis folks across this province. So one of the big concerns from Herb Blair was the fact that it takes away basically their democratic right to decide how they're going to be governed. And I want to quote him. Here's a quote from Herb Blair. Why is it that the Métis people have to have a non-Indigenous person in charge of any accountability measure? True governance would be the empowering of our organization or make another subsequent party to take on that responsibility so that you're policing yourself. And he's absolutely right to be questioning why there wasn't even due process followed. And I know the minister came back and said, yes, there were some meetings that happened and whatnot. Herb Blair has gone on the record to say that he didn't even see the bill until just before it was presented in the House. Again, the president of the organization that this bill is addressing wasn't even given any fair process. A couple of big concerns that we need to highlight, that we need to get on the record. This bill could very much risk the sustainability and the livelihood of Métis settlements. Absolutely. It might affect Métis communities that are accessing the Future Fund. The Future Fund supports the governance and the operation of settlements. It's a fund that the Métis people of Alberta received in an out-of-court settlement by the Alberta government, making up for some oil and gas revenue. And those funds are owned directly by the Métis settlements of Alberta. So what else does it do? It changes the financial administration of Métis settlements. It changes the structure. Again, so a couple of things there. It reduces the number of executive council members from 4 to 1 to 2. Now, again, why these fundamental changes to the organization would not have been discussed in detail with that very organization is just mind-blowing. Absolutely. Now, I heard earlier today as well, earlier tonight, I should say, that a couple of the MLAs said they were talking about what was and what wasn't in the UCP platform. Now, was this bill in the UCP platform? Wait time as a teacher? No, it was not. As we said just, an hour ago with Bill 58, what need is this intending to fill, to address? Where did this come from? Why now? I'd love to hear about that. I think one of the words that comes up a lot when this bill was framed to the public was about it reducing red tape. I'm sure my colleague from Edmonton Decor would love to talk about that. What is red tape? Is red tape consultation? Just throw consultation out the window. There's some red tape gone. Decide unilaterally, this minister of Indigenous Relations deciding unilaterally that he knows what's best for the Métis settlements. What's this red tape? And I hear a little bit of scuttlebutt across the aisle, so I'd love to hear about exactly scuttlebutt. Yes, it's a word, look it up. I'd love to hear some of what this red tape exactly is, because it's quite concerning, again, when this organization was not even consulted. I want to talk about a couple of other pretty significant concerns. I think it was shared with Win Speaker, that emailed letters went out back and forth from this minister, and of course the government will point to a record of speaking back and forth on this matter. But Herb Blair has been quite clear that was not genuine consultation, and so we've had to address some of the spin that we're hearing from this government. And let's also acknowledge, and I think this is a really critical point, that regardless, I mean, we cannot deny the fact that we are in the midst of a pandemic. There was a consultation plan that was developed just at the start of the pandemic. And Herb Blair has pointed to some of the big concerns as to why there was not effective communication. We know some of these Métis settlements struggle with internet connectivity issues, folks not having landlines as an example, right? And it's not just Herb Blair who's raised some of these concerns. I know I've mentioned his name a lot tonight because he's been a really, really strong advocate for Métis peoples in our province. Harold Blyan, who's the vice chair of the Buffalo Lake Métis settlement, he calls out this same minister for proposing amendments that are meant to increase financial stability for the settlements without any sort of details. He calls this minister's plans to implement an essential services bylaw.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So much to unpack in just a few minutes here, but I want to say a couple of things. I listened last night to the level of discourse that was happening in here intently, and it's just really my pleasure to be able to rise on this, but I just want to say something here. Just a red dress. Let me say that again. Just a red dress. That is Edmonton Rutherford, who took a look at the red dress, a symbol of everything that's important, the commitment to stand against the murdered and missing women in this province, Indigenous women, and in Canada. Just a red dress. That came from the member from Edmonton Rutherford. Created lovingly by Emily Taylor, in case you're wondering. Each stitch, each bead, each braid, lovingly made. But it's just a dress. This is what he said, the person who you're elevating here in this discussion, about 1,200 women and girls who've gone missing and murdered in our country.
The member for Edmonton South.
Speaker, under 23H, I, and J, I think clearly the minister is making an allegation against another member in this place and imputing motives that are false and unavowed to the member here.
There's a member who has the floor. I would like to hear what he has to say. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, under 23H and I, there's clearly some allegations being made as well as some false and unavowed motives being made against the member from Edmonton Rutherford, and certainly under 23J as well. I believe it's abusive and insulting language that has clearly caused disorder in this place, as you had just had to interject on that. So I think that certainly the minister should refrain from targeting individuals, as has been well established tonight and otherwise in this place, that targeting individuals in this place is something that is unacceptable. So I would ask the minister to retract and apologize. Thank you.
Honourable Member, before I recognize you, I would just like to remind all members of this House, when a member is speaking and has been given way by the Speaker, I expect all other members to be respectful of that Speaker and allow him or her to have the floor. Now the Honourable Member for Cardston-Siksika to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate you recognizing me to speak against this point of order, as I believe it is a matter of debate. For the reasons is that, first, the member in question, the member from Edmonton Rutherford, in fact, said your red dress is pretty, I believe, was the comments. They were offensive now. They were offensive then. They are unanswered. He, in fact, apologized for these things. But I believe the members opposite have continually brought up the fact that we are not showing respect to Indigenous cultures when the member of culture, multiculturalism, and status of women was simply pointing out the hypocrisy. I do believe this is a matter of debate. I don't see as any making allegations against a member that are not, in fact, correct. I also don't see any imputing false motives or unavowed motives against another member, and I certainly don't find her language to be abusive or unparliamentary. So, Madam Speaker, I encourage you to rule against this point of order, as I believe it is, in fact, a matter of debate.
Members, well, certainly if a large portion of a member's debate is about a particular member in this House, that would very likely not be a debate that we would allow to continue in this House. However, as far as I can see it, under Standing Order 29-2A for comments or questions, and having only being 1 minute into this is very clearly a matter of debate, and I will ask that the Honourable Minister continue with her remarks. The Honourable Member for Edmonton South.
Madam Speaker, for asking this Speaker to clarify a ruling. I believe the Standing Order 29-2A is to provide question and comments, and I'm going to read out the Standing Order here. Following each speech and the items in debate referred to in Suborder 1, a period not exceeding 5 minutes shall be made available, if required, to allow members to ask questions and comment briefly on matters relevant to the speech and to allow responses to each member's questions and comments. I don't believe that the comments the Minister is making is relevant to the speech that was just made by the member for Edmonton Highlands Norwood, so I would ask you to clarify why the Minister is being permitted to continue on such a matter when you have already specified that elaborating on Edmonton Rutherford's comments would not typically be in order.
Member, as you probably heard, I did explain why I made such a particular ruling, and the Honourable Minister has not been found to have been out of order and has been permitted to continue with the remainder of her time allowed. Honourable Minister.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. So it's interesting, Madam Speaker, through you, to be lectured. If you go back 4 years, when there was over $100 million in this fund, and the fund was drained by the government, the previous government, through the act of having oversight over those dollars, is something that our minister has actually removed himself from in this. He's removed himself from what's called the Future Fund, which means that now the Métis settlements are in charge of those, and it's not just 6 out of 8 Métis settlements, it's all 8 out of 8. They're actually able to look at how it is that they want to fund. And it's interesting that the member opposite, Madam Speaker, who had the interesting discussion that he had last night, could have, in the 4 years that he was there, removed himself from that in order to give the Métis settlements the autonomy that they deserve and need in order to be able to run their own settlements independently of somebody. Speaking of colonialization, Madam Speaker, that is the epitome of that, when one person has autonomy over the dollars that other people should be spending through their own will in their settlements. But they didn't change that. And I find it rich that in this conversation that they continue this when they had the opportunity for 4 years to be able to change that way back. So the Métis settlements want control. And let me also say that our minister spent a year consulting on this, well over 20 meetings. And on top of that, he engaged. These are people that he's had meals with, sat down with, traveled across the province, become friends with. And is everything going to be perfect? No. Is there going to be frustrations? Absolutely, yes, there will be. This is change. It's not easy. But let me tell you, if the NDP, when they had been in government, had actually seen the importance of giving those dollars back to the Métis settlements, they may be in a better state right now to have been able to use their own money the way they wanted to without the oversight of that government, Madam Speaker, telling them how that they should use their money. And that should be a huge apology coming from them, because that is absolutely ridiculous that they would call us out on something that they themselves did not have the courage to do at the time when they were in government. Further to that, with the opportunities to be able to meet, I mean, obviously the former minister must know that the Future Fund was something that was supposed to be there for the Métis settlement, not for governments to use, for them. And it's interesting because when you continue to drive wedges, Madam Speaker, and you continue to just invest in division, this is what happens. This is work that actually needs to be done collaboratively in this House, working with these incredible people. This is a pool of talent, very savvy, intelligent, wonderful people who have the ability to run their own settlements as they should. And in fact, some of the misinformation that has been coming here that there's going to be caps on council members, all that, actually, no. It is opened up to them independently to decide for themselves how they want to fund those councils. And interestingly enough, previous to this, 6 out of the 8 councils could determine how that money flowed, leaving 2 of those councils out. It was a demand that came from the Métis Nations in order to make sure that all 8 settlements had the capacity to make that determination. And then, you know, what's really interesting is that this is empowering legislation, Madam Speaker. Empowering legislation to give us tools to give the Métis settlements tools, to empower them to be successful, to be able to handle things. They have issues like bylaw breakers, for example, on their settlements. Thank you.
Honourable members wishing to join debate on Bill 57, the Honourable Member for Edmonton-Whitemud.
Madam Speaker, it's a pleasure to rise and speak in second reading of Bill 57, Métis Settlements Amendment Act 2021. It's also a pleasure to rise to speak after the Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and Status of Women. Just for some contrast, I think what's very clear when we listen to the Minister's comments is what's actually the concern with respect to what's in Bill 57. I heard repeatedly from the Minister comments regarding what the government should have done, either the NDP government or what they're doing, the current government is doing now. And I think that's precisely the problem. Is the view from this government that it is the government's decisions and role and responsibility to make decisions for the Métis people of Alberta. It's about imposing what the government believes should be done. That's the language I heard from the minister, and I think that's precisely countered by the fact that it is actually the Métis Settlements General Council who is actually speaking out and saying, we were not consulted. So regardless of what the minister or the members of the government want to say, at the end of the day, this is key legislation, perhaps the key legislation in Alberta that affects the Métis settlements in this province, and they believe they were not consulted. And that's the end of that story with respect to whether or not it should have been government doing it or which government. It should be the role of the Métis settlements to govern that. And if they're saying they believe they were not consulted properly, that is what we need to do, and that is what we need to listen to, and that is who we should be listening to, because this legislation directly affects them. And so I'd like to go over a little bit. My colleague, the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood, provided a bit of an overview about what's in the content of Bill 57, and I'd like to go over that as well, and walk Albertans through, who may be watching or listening at this late hour, about what this bill is about. So Bill 57, Madam Speaker, outlines changes, we've talked about a little bit, changes to the structure of the Métis Settlements General Council, the number of representatives at administration levels and how settlements can make those decisions. But it also does a number of other things that are, I think, are the issues, but we're hearing and what the Métis Settlements General Council have expressed or they're concerned about potential changes that have direct effects on Métis settlement members. So for example, Bill 57 requires Métis settlements to have what's called an essential services bylaw. And that bylaw, or actually, first of all, let's talk about how Bill 57 describes essential services. It defines it as the collection, treatment, and distribution of potable water, the collection, treatment, and disposal of sewage, wastewater, and solid waste, and road maintenance, including maintenance of bridges and culverts. It's essentially, so those are very fundamental key services that exist on settlements, of course, in municipalities. It's about water, it's about sewage, it's about road maintenance, and now this bill is requiring, it's not permissive, it's not enabling, it's requiring Métis settlements to have an essential services bylaw which allows those settlements to charge fees to Métis settlement members. And that's very important, Madam Speaker, because as the member from Edmonton Highlands Norwood indicated, maybe people may not be completely aware of all the background on Métis settlements, but there are 8 Métis settlements across the province, representing roughly 5,000 Métis people. But Métis settlements do not have the capacity, they're not empowered under their constituting legislation, provincial legislation, to tax. So they don't have the tax base. The Métis people on settlements generally live in lower socioeconomic conditions for various reasons, and to require settlements to tax these individuals through a levy on essential services, the key services that everybody takes for granted and we know is necessary to live with clean water and sewage and road maintenance, they're going to be required to pay for them. And I think that that's, it's not even actually important what I think. What is important is that for example, Harold Blyan, who is Vice Chair of Buffalo Lake Métis Settlement, has indicated that this bylaw, this essential services bylaw, will see some very poor people, this is a quote from him, taxed beyond what they're capable of paying. This is another quote from Mr. Blyan. He says, "They want us to do what any other municipalities, town, city does. The difference, though, is that in the larger municipalities and towns, you have huge tax bases. Lots of people, lots of businesses, lots of infrastructure that you can tax. We don't have that here." And so that's a concern. That's a concern coming forward from the Métis settlements about this requirement in Bill 57 to have this essential services bylaw. And I think we need to listen, and I think that's the key point here. As much as the members of the government across the way may want to talk about that this should have been done, or that the former government should have done something, or this government should have done something, what's important is that the Métis settlements believe they've been consulted and have an opportunity to provide feedback. And perhaps what the government is struggling with is what is true consultation. And let's be clear, there's higher standards for consultation required, I believe, with the Indigenous peoples and Métis peoples of Alberta. But consultation at its core seems to be a concept that this government struggles with. Now, I understand that in this particular case, the Minister of Indigenous Relations has taken the position that we had plenty of meetings with the Métis Settlements General Council, so that counts as consultation. But again, coming back to what do the Métis settlements believe? They believe they were not consulted, because consultation is not just meetings. It's not just sitting down with them. It's also about actually taking that feedback. And I think we have to go back to the additional requirements that are expected in consultation with Indigenous peoples and Métis people. There's actually, there's some ambiguity in the law about what those requirements are specifically under the Constitution, but it's very clear that Métis people and Indigenous people in Alberta are required a higher level of duty to consult. It is not simply UCP level of consultation, which, let's be clear, is not a bar anybody wants to meet and any government should be proud to meet. It should be much higher than that just for the general public, but certainly when it comes to Indigenous people and Métis people, it must be much higher. And the reason why is because the relationship is so critical. The relationship between Alberta and the Crown and the honor of the Crown and the Métis people, and preserving that relationship. And genuine consultation may not even end up or result in a bill that actually looks substantially different from Bill 57. We don't know that because it didn't take place. But the idea is to engage and to actually take that feedback and provide meaningful opportunity for Métis people of Alberta to provide that feedback and to actually take ownership and feel ownership of the changes that are being made to them by the government. That is the purpose behind requiring consultation. And this is really the point that I keep making. This is not about the opposition saying you didn't consult properly, because we know that that's somewhat irrelevant to the government. Frankly, it's pretty irrelevant when it comes from the general population of Albertans as well, if we're talking about on curriculum, on coal, on parks, on so many other matters. But this is coming from the Métis settlements themselves. So that should right away be an indicator to the government of how important it is to pause and do that proper consultation. Because through that engagement, through that relationship, which is the heart of the duty to consult, is the relationship and maintaining that strong foundation. So that the settlements don't believe that changes are happening to them, that they are part of those decisions. And again, not coming from the official opposition. This is coming from the Métis settlement saying, we do not believe we were properly consulted. They do not believe that the meetings that were held were genuine consultation. And that, I'm sorry that it has to be coming from the opposition to say that, although I do believe those concerns have been expressed directly to the government and to the Minister of Indigenous Relations, and that should be enough to put a pause on things. Because again, I go back to actually even as the member from Edmonton Highlands North mentioned, this was not a campaign commitment. So there was no indication that the governing party was clear from the beginning that these are the changes that were going to be made. So genuine consultation on those changes, and I actually appreciate that there are limitations on the ability of government to share draft legislation. I understand that. They might not have been able to share the exact wording of Bill 57, but I've also been part of government who has engaged in consultations, and for the record, not for the NDP, for progressive conservative governments for many years when I worked as a public servant, who did engage in consultation on draft legislation that didn't require giving an actual draft, but gave meaningful direction and indication of where the government was looking to go. And so that was very possible here. It was very possible to provide that genuine indication of where the government was looking to go and to do that consultation. And I'm concerned too, because of the concerns raised by the Métis settlements, about the fact that much of the so-called consultation that the minister conducted was during a pandemic, when at the best of times it was very difficult to reach people. But certainly if there are those internet connectivity issues, if there's difficulty doing that, to use this past year on settlements where it's particularly challenging to have great internet connection, to use this past year and say, this is the year we consulted. A pause could have been put on that. Because I actually also come back to, we are in the middle of the pandemic, even though this government seems to continually forget about that. But to rely on a year, the challenging year that we've experienced, to try to consult, according to the government, with a group of people across this province who are more difficult to connect with and more difficult to reach, and to say, this was the year we're going to bring forward this change? Why not put it on a pause to allow for some proper consultation, simply to have the Métis settlements people feel like they own this legislation as well, that this is part of what they want to do. And I want to mention, I understand like the future fund. Let's be clear about that future fund. The Minister of Indigenous Relations has gone on the record to indicate that it's likely going to run out in a couple years. And the change that's being made now of requiring a unanimous motion, while certainly one could say that it provides a veto overall to the Métis settlements as to whether or not to access dollars from that future fund, it also provides a veto to any one Métis settlement to prevent access from all Métis settlements from accessing that future fund. That's the element of a unanimous motion. It requires all of them, and they're not always going to agree. And I don't know that anybody should have a specific veto, but the point is, I actually believe, it appears to me, that the changes made in Bill 57 requiring a unanimous motion to access the future fund actually makes it pretty darn impossible to ever access that future fund. And maybe the motivation behind it is more about the fact that that money is dwindling and the government doesn't want the settlements to access those funds. But most importantly, it should be about ownership by the Métis settlements themselves about the changes that are being made. And fundamentally, that cannot happen unless the Métis settlements and the people on the settlements believe that they've been genuinely consulted. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I'd like to table an amendment. Should I read the amendment into the record, Madam Speaker?
Honourable member, please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move on behalf of the member from Edmonton Mill Woods the following. Member Gray to move that the motion for second reading of Bill 57, Métis Settlements Amendment Act 2021 be amended by deleting all of the words after that and substituting the following. Bill 57, Métis Settlements Amendment Act 2021 be not now read a second time because the Assembly is of the view that the government failed to adequately consult with the Métis Settlement General Council in respect to the provisions of the bill, therefore unduly harming the government's relationship with the Métis people of Alberta. Madam Speaker, I believe my earlier comments pretty much clarify my position as to why we're moving this amendment. We believe that this bill should not be read a second time at this point in time for the very reasons that proper consultation needs to be done with the Métis Settlements General Council and its members in order to, with the fundamental purpose of preserving the relationship and not unduly harming the relationship between the Government of Alberta and the Métis people of Alberta. The purpose here is to simply make sure that pause is given, allow for proper consultation, allow for thorough feedback, allow for the Métis settlements to feel ownership over this legislation, because that's what I think we should all want. We want this legislation to be one that fulfills their needs and our needs, and also to represent what both parties believe is the right thing to do. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I hope that the members opposite will take that to heart. This is about allowing buy-in, to have that commitment to preserve that relationship, to make sure all parties support this legislation, and so that it has the complete support of the Métis settlements. And I strongly urge the government to consider this as part of preserving that relationship, and I hope they'll do that. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Understanding Order 29-2A. Seeing the Honourable Member for Carson-Siksika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. While I appreciate the comments from the member from Edmonton-Whitemud, as she engages in debate, it's always enriches the chamber, and I mean that sincerely. She always comes very prepared, and I appreciate those comments. I do, however, disagree with this amendment. I'll be voting against it. I think that the Métis Settlement Act the government is modernizing the Métis Settlement Act and wants to make sure that there is greater autonomy within the Métis settlements, and it's the intent to give them more control over their own destiny. And the reality is here, this is a 30-year-old piece of legislation that needs to be modernized, and so I encourage all members of this chamber on both sides to vote against this reasoned amendment. Thank you.
Understanding Order 29-2A. The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status of Women.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to just give some clarity to some of the issues that were brought up by the member opposite. The member keeps talking about bylaws and taxes that are passed along and that they're mandatory. I just wanted to make clear, I think that information has been transferred wrongly to her, and so I just wanted to clear that up. It might just be a mistake in the reading of the legislation. However, we need to make it clear that the service payments that the member is calling taxes, they are already in use by the settlements, and also they're not mandatory. So the settlements now will actually have the power to do so if they choose. This message needs to get across that keeps getting, I'm not sure accidentally or purposefully twisted and used in a way that is not appropriate. That is actually completely against what is actually happening with this legislation. And I will also be voting against this amendment simply because the relationships with our Métis brothers and sisters are imperative in any of the engagements that have been done. And quite frankly, I'm curious. You were talking about consultation. Well, if you had consulted, you would know that these opportunities are already there for the Métis nations. They already bill for water and sewer. That is feedback that we had gotten directly from the Métis settlements. And just to be clear, too, you have to be careful not to conflate the nation with the settlements. They're two completely different organizations, and they keep getting used interchangeably. Just be careful, because one speaks for one and one speaks for another. So these Métis settlements, the 18 settlements, very, very unique and independent. We want to make sure that we're speaking with the correct language when we're talking about this. I also was wondering too, the member had mentioned about wanting the government to impose or about the roads and the culverts and other maintenance. So on one hand, they're suggesting that the government should have oversight over this, and then on the other hand, they're suggesting that that the Métis settlements themselves should have a say over what happens there. I think that we need to pick a lane here. As far as the Métis settlements want and deserve autonomy. And honestly, when you see the way that the Future Fund was drained by that previous government, with the oversight that they had over those dollars, and the member had mentioned logically that number, that the money that is in that fund is significantly reduced. Well, she needs to ask the former minister why that is. He's the one who had the oversight over that fund. He is the one who had the ability to disperse those funds because of the oversight that our minister is taking away from the ability to impose what a government would do with those dollars on behalf of the Métis Nation, to use the member's opposite's language. Also to be clear that these are tools for the Métis settlements to use should they choose to use them. This is the work that has been done. This is what happens when you consult. This is the work that was done with engagement, and this is how things came forward, is so that that autonomy is created so that these settlements can be sustainable for the future, quite frankly, and have the ability, Madam Speaker, to be able to do the things that they want to do in their own communities without the oversight of the government telling them how they get to spend their money, something that that government never changed when they were in power for 4 years. Thank you.
Are there any members wishing to join debate on a reasoned amendment? The Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise in favor of this reasoned amendment. And the reason I am in favor of this amendment is the fact of the matter is that the Métis General Settlement Council has indicated that this bill was inadequately consulted, and therefore the fact of the matter is the courts would interpret it as inadequately consulted, very likely. So here we have a situation where the contents of the bill and you know, the previous speaker's feelings about this, that, or the other thing are really quite irrelevant to the conversation. What's relevant is the fact that the president of the Métis settlements has indicated that the consultation has been inadequate, and he will be seeking court remedy. That is what is relevant to this conversation right now. Let's go back and talk about why. Certainly, the Powley decision, a Supreme Court decision of 2003, indicated that Métis people have full status and distinctive rights as rights-bearing peoples, beginning that process of recognition of Métis fully within Canadian law as being a recognized Aboriginal people. Later on in 2016, the Daniels decision indicated that certainly the federal government has a fiduciary responsibility and therefore the full Section 35 rights apply to Métis people. But even before that, there was a decision by the Supreme Court in 2013 on the Manitoba Métis indicating that the honor of the Crown is triggered by the assertion of rights by Métis people. And what does that mean? It is not entirely distinct from the fiduciary responsibility, but it is related to it. Honor of the Crown will vary with the circumstances according to the court, but it will be engaged when there is a specific, quote, solemn obligation or promise that is intended to create obligations made by the Crown to an Aboriginal group, such as a treaty or other commitment. Certainly, all of those honor of the ground obligations are applied in various situations, including when the Crown is making a treaty or statutory grant, when the Crown assumes discretionary control over a specific Aboriginal interest, or when the Crown, because the Crown is in fact moving in that discretionary way, then in fact they must act in a way that essentially recognizes those Section 35 consultation rights. Why is this important? Well, because in this province we have a history of the Crown, in fact, acting in a discretionary manner vis-a-vis the Métis people in this province. Of course, the Northwest Rebellion in 1885 led to a number of Métis people moving into that area between Saskatchewan and Alberta. In fact, after the Frog Lake Massacre, there was a communal land base identified at St. Paul in 1895. By 1931, Métis leaders were petitioning the province of Alberta for land, education, healthcare, hunting, and fishing. By mid-1935, the province had assumed responsibility for Métis by setting aside communal lands. They formed a commission called the Ewing Commission, which focused on Métis needs and on economic advantages of what they called at the time a colony system. The Métis themselves asserted needs, not rights, and the province then recommended land as one of those needs. Now, it's interesting that when the province was responding to that Ewing Commission in 1935, I found an interesting quote that accompanied the introduction of the 1938 Métis Population Betterment Act in this chamber. And that act was in response to those recommendations of the Ewing Commission. And here's an interesting quote that I found in a history book about this. Quote, in a rather unique cooperative approach, Métis leaders apparently prepared drafts of the enabling legislation and worked with representatives of the provincial government on subsequent revisions until a mutually acceptable draft was complete. The Métis Population Betterment Act was passed and received assent on November 22nd, 1938, at which point a joint Métis government committee was established to identify suitable settlement areas and land areas were set aside by order in council. Now, time marched on, Madam Speaker, and on this matter of the Future Fund, a lot of that comes out of the settlement of oil and gas proceeds litigation begun by Métis settlements in 1968. And the resolution of that took 20 years for its full resolution. There was a court case that went on for at least 10, and in a number of different ways, and the province had to respond to those demands by Métis people, and they did through the creation of that fund. Now, in 1988, the province then rewrote the Métis Settlement Act, and it essentially forms the basis of what we see in front of us today. And once again, we have a situation where, in that same book, it is referred to. Here's what they had to say about that. In order to develop a complete legislative package, the Bill 64, that it was called at the time, provides the minister with broad powers to make regulations on substantive matters such as membership and land management. These powers must be exercised, here we go, in conjunction with the General Council. However, the substantive regulations may only be made or amended at the written request of the General Council unless the regulation is required to protect the public interest, etc., and so on. That act then passes, and there is another spot in this write-up where, in fact, Alberta took great pains to recognize Métis people as, in fact, constitutionally protected Métis lands set aside as settlement areas. Because, in fact, they were a little bit concerned that the 1982 Constitution Act that had just come in did not fully recognize Métis people. Of course, the Supreme Court of Canada has weighed in on that since. And so, you know, that is the history of the legislative framework for governing Métis settlements in this province. In other words, the Crown has exerted a discretionary authority with respect to Métis people, and there is a long history of those obligations being discharged in a way that is collaborative, that recognizes needs-based. And in fact, I would argue that the Section 35 understanding of how consultation should be undertaken vis-a-vis Métis people is further moved along by the fact that the province gave land. and that all of the jurisprudence around, what constitutes consultation, what constitutes indigeneity in this country, has been somewhat complicated. The conversation has been somewhat complicated by when we are talking about whether it is a land-based rights conversation or simply rights-based rights conversation. In the case of Métis people or not, off-reserve First Nations. But the Daniels decision largely settled that matter, but the fact of the matter is that the existence of a land base here in Alberta and its historical significance dating back to 1895 and then being regularized in law by 1938, the fact is that Alberta has then triggered that doubly so. And so, there is no question that when Mr. Lair says, this thing has to be passed and then we'll go to the courts for an injunction, he's probably pretty serious. And he's talked a lot about the honor of the Crown in his public interventions on this bill as well. And in that, he is referring to the Crown obligations that are laid out in that 2013 Manitoba Métis Federation court case. And so the fact is that really, some of the representations that we've heard about how this act works or doesn't work are really immaterial to the conversation before us right now. If we have a situation where the Métis Settlement Council has indicated that they have not been consulted, when the record of history shows that they are consulted every single time, and where the Crown has in fact provided a land base, and the Crown has in fact treated the Métis Settlement Council as full Indigenous peoples in this province, as it should be. That is an historical inheritance that we should be proud of, and we shouldn't be turning our backs on at this point at all. Those facts indicate that this bill should certainly be paused at this time, unless, of course, our goal is to make a whole bunch of money for lawyers and to create a whole bunch of headaches for Métis people who look at their provincial government and say, okay, now you're going to decide who's Métis and who's not, and if I deserve consultation. No. Actually, the courts have spoken on this. It is not up to this government to decide that. It is constitutional that they should be consulted. And so that's why this amendment is before us. And, I think the government should think long and hard about the next interventions they make on this bill, because they are going to end up in court briefings. That is where this is headed. It's too bad because it doesn't have to be this way. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Standing Order 29-2A is available. The Honourable Minister of Culture, Multiculturalism and the Status Movement.
Just a couple of things. I'm just curious, I'm just going to ask the question, was it consultative of the NDP to drain the Future Fund? Just curious if they reached out to all of the Métis people, all of the families, everybody whose money that was, when they drained the fund. I'm just curious if they consulted with the Métis Nation when they drained the fund. Just curious, because it's interesting, because you talk about, the obligations being discharged. Well, I'm curious if that's if the NDP did that when they were in government, if that was their obligation to use those dollars with the oversight that they did to drain that fund, so that now the Métis settlements are left with very little cash left in that fund. I'm just curious if that is part of discharging your obligations. I'd like to, I appreciated the historical piece, for sure. Thank you so much. It's always wonderful to hear about how we got here. It's imperative, actually, in order to know. But when we're talking about Métis settlements, these folks deserve to have autonomy. They deserve to be able to move forward and be sustainable. They deserve to be able to make their own decisions. And they deserve to have that independence. That is part of the consultation. That is part of the engagement. And what you're suggesting is that we go backwards and take those away from them. and go back to where it was, where government, your government, when you were in government, had oversight over their money and how they spent that money. Did you consult, did the members opposite, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, did the members opposite consult when they drained the future fund? Thank you.
Members understanding order 29-2A, the Honourable Member for Lethbridge West.
I guess the answer is, was there a lawsuit? But also the answer lies in section 246.13, which the previous act allowed for a joint review committee that would consider measures that should be provided for to protect the public interest with respect to matters dealt with in the act. It is a joint review committee by the Minister and the General Counsel. That section 32 of the act under this is repealed. So, the fact of the matter is that any oversight that the minister is making representations about has been repealed out of this act. You do well to read the legislation. But the fact is also that really what the point here is that there have been representations by the Métis Settlement Council, regardless of the merits of the act, that they have not undergone adequate consultation. And when Aboriginal people say that, it's not just, somebody spaced out on the meeting. There's actual constitutional obligations here. And that's what this government ramming through this legislation is opening themselves up to. There's just no need for it. We know now what constitutes appropriate consultation and what level. We know what will trigger it. And we know that it's not just a nice to have, it's constitutional. So let's just get on with it. It's not even it shouldn't even be a basic of reconciliation. It's just a basic of reading the Constitution and understanding who we are as Canadians. So let's just do that and put this bill on pause. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Any other members understanding order 29-2A? Seeing none. Any other members wishing to join debate on the Amendment RA1? Seeing none, I will call the question on Amendment RA1 as moved by the Honourable Member for Edmonton Whitebud on behalf of the Honourable Member for Edmonton Millwoods. All those in favour, please say aye. Any opposed, please say no. No. The amendment appears to be defeated. A division has been called. Ring the bells. division has been called on the reasoned amendment. All those in favor of the amendment, please stand.
Ms. Renaud, Member Irwin, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Nielsen, Member Phillips, Ms. Sigurdsson.
All those opposed, please stand.
The Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Mr. Panda, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Amory, Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Scow, Mr. Newdorf, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, the Honourable Mr. Copping, Ms. Furr, Mr. Sigurdsson, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Horner, Mr. Jones, Mr. Yassine, the Honourable Mr. Grecian, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Tour.
Madam Speaker, total for the amendment 7, total against 23.
Well, members, that amendment has been defeated. We are back on the main bill, Bill 57 in second reading. Are there any members wishing to join debate? Seeing none, I will call the question on Bill 57. Members, second reading of Bill 57 has been moved. The Métis Settlement Amendment Act 2021. Does the Assembly agree to the motion for second reading? All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. That is carried. A division has been called. Ring the bells. Division has been called on Bill 57. All those in favor, please stand.
The Honourable Mrs. Ahir, Mr. Nixon, the Honourable Mr. Nally, the Honourable Mr. Taves, the Honourable Mr. Panda, Mrs. Allard, Mr. Amory, Mr. Lowen, the Honourable Mr. Nicolaides, Mr. Scow, the Honourable Ms. Schultz, Ms. Armstrong-Hominack, Ms. Lovely, the Honourable Mr. Copping, Ms. Furr, Mr. Sigurdsson, Ms. Isaac, Mr. Smith, Mr. Horner, Mr. Jones, Mr. Yassin, the Honorable Mr. Dreeshen, Mr. Van Dyken, Mr. Tour.
Those opposed, please stand.
Mr. Dang, Ms. Renaud, Member Irwin, Ms. Pancholi, Mr. Nielsen, Member Phillips, Ms. Sigurdsson.
Madam Speaker, total for the motion, 24, total against 7.
Members, that is carried.
Bill 57, Métis Settlement Amendment Act 2021 is now read a second time.
The Honorable Associate Minister of Natural Gas and Electricity.
Madam Speaker, I see by the clock on the wall, it is late, we're tired, we've had good progress tonight. I move that the Assembly adjourn until 1:30 p.m. on Thursday, April 15th, 2021.
Having heard that motion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say no. So carried. House stands adjourned until tomorrow 1:30.